The world that we are living right now, there's so much lies, and we're living lies. Sometimes, even when you speak the truth, people, they're not interested in the truth. People, they don't pay attention to the truth. They don't want to hear it. But what is truth? What is truth? Is truth, is it what you read from the books? For example, if you want to know about Africa, is it what you read on the book? Things that different people, they write, right? Their opinion about Africa? Or is it something that somebody tells you about yourself, that this is the truth? This is who you are. For me, at least for me, the truth for me is that still small voice inside of me. Like when the whole world is telling you that this is impossible, achieving one Africa in our generation is impossible. We have been struggling for that for like 60 years and we still don't have unity in Africa. It is impossible. There's still small voice inside of me that tells me that it's possible to achieve that. When the world is telling you that, you know what, you cannot do this. I mean, you're African, you cannot make it, especially outside of Africa, because you're black, you cannot make it. There's still small voice inside of me that is telling me that you can do. That is truth for me. And each one of us, we have that instinct inside of us. Regardless of what the world tells you, regardless of what has been written in the books, because everything you see is opinion of people. They did their own research, they discovered some stuff and they wrote it. That means you can find your own truth as well. And it's inside of us, that voice. And if you never heard that voice, then I think you can do whatever you want to do, whether it's meditation, whether it's research, whether it's going to school, and find the truth at the end of the day, because the truth will be there. The world we're living in today and the system of this world, it was never created for black people or for Africans. This system, as they were creating it, like Africa, you and me, we were outside of the picture. That's why today, you African, you can go anywhere around the world and still feel like it's not your home, still feel like you're isolated, exploited, you're not belonging there because it's not your system. Our ancestors, when they were taken a long time ago during slavery and brought there, they were brought there not to have a good life. No, they were brought there to work for white men, to develop them. Today, you have a lot of countries out there that are developed because of the blood, sweat, and tears of a black man. That's how it was created. So it's true, today we're fighting for the rights outside of Africa, but I'm afraid that we might not be able to see that. And I'm being optimistic when I say this, because unless that system change, we cannot see that change, because it was never created for you at first place. But sadly, not only outside of Africa, when you come inside of Africa, we are still struggling with the same system. And today I'm going to share with you some of the lies that we have believed for so long time about Africa and about ourselves. But it's all about the propaganda of changing the narratives and the beliefs about Africa so that we may never succeed. And I'm not going to point fingers at anyone. In fact, I always point fingers at us as Africans. The lie began from the very beginning of time, right? And I can ask you one question right now. What does history tell you about Africa? Who discovered Africa? If you write right now on Google, who discovered Africa, you find out that it's one white man that he came and discovered Africa. And you can ask yourself that how can you discover a place that already exists? How can you discover a place that people already live in that place? It is impossible, but that's what the history tells us. That's what people believe about Africa, that it was discovered by a white man. This guy, he came and then he went back, he gave a report. And then the next we know is colonialism, because those guys, they sat somewhere to divide Africa like a piece of cake because they discovered it, they own it, it belonged to them. But that is us. We discovered, we're the first people to know. And today you have a lot of people around the world that they think that Africa was discovered by them. So they divided us, right? Divide the continent and give each other some pieces. When you go to Angola, Angola was part of Congo Kingdom, guys. It was not even called Angola, it was Angola. Angola, it means the kingdom. That's the meaning of Angola. Even the capital city of Angola, they say it's Luanda right now, but it used to be called Luanda. But you know, those white men, when they came, again, guys, I'm not anti-West. Don't get me wrong. But again, when those colonizers came, what they did, this is what they say. They say, if you read in the history, they'll tell you that they were not able to pronounce Ngola. It is impossible. Like, you are smart, you study, you're civilized, that's how you see yourself, and you cannot pronounce the word Ngola. So it changed to Angola. Luanda, it changed to Luanda. And so many other different places. If you type right now on Google, who discovered, the first person to discover Victoria Falls is a white man. David Livingstone, he's the one who discovered Victoria Falls. But the people of Batonga, they used to name that place Mosi Oatunya, the smoke that thunders. That's the original name of Victoria Falls. But today, everybody will say, we call it Victoria Falls. And we say that David Livingstone discovered that. And we still praise the name of the Queen Victoria. The same thing to the Lake Victoria. We call it Lake Victoria. But that lake, it had its original name the way before that guy came and discovered that. These are lies. Not only that, even the word Africa. Do you know who discovered the word Africa? You know who named our continent? It's a white man. It was not Africa. I told you that the Congo kingdom was bigger kingdom all the way to Angola. Let me call Angola. All the way to Angola. And then they divided it. People, like right now, if you see African map, there is part of Angola is inside Congo. Do you know that? Not only that, they use another way to teach different language. So people in Angola, they started to learn how to speak what? Portuguese. And people from Congo, they started to learn how to speak Belgium. Why? They were united, they were strong, but they had to divide them by teaching them different language so that they may not appreciate their culture, they may not be grateful with who they are, they may not embrace their identity and learn another identity. They were not done, they didn't stop there. Oh, they took some of our people. They found some people who, like Africans who were like strong like me, handsome like me. They took them and they took them away of the continent. Skillful Africans. These days we call like brain drain, right? They took them away because they wanted to develop themselves. And today, when you look at African, everybody out there think that Africa, they have low IQ. Who is the founder of IQ anyways? Africans, they're poor. Africans, they need support. Africans cannot survive without us being there, because from the first place, we went there, we discovered them, we taught them, we helped them to develop. Today, we're even happy when you look at South Africa, the way it developed, and we are happy about that. That, hey, look at this. But you can see what is going on in South Africa there. The division that is in that country, our brothers and sisters, it's outrageous. So the lies began all the way from the beginning to divide us, to change us, and to change our history. Today, Africans, we are struggling with identity. We're struggling with division. We look at each other differently because of our tribes, because of our color, because of our nationality, because of our languages. And we're still struggling with that. We don't think we are one people. We don't think we are one family because of someone else who had its own interest to divide and to conquer Africa. And it's still happening today. We ask ourselves every single day, why Africa is poor? Africa is poor because we don't have our identity anymore, because somebody else named our identity. And the big person to blame there is us Africans, who allowed that to happen back then and who are still allowing it to happen even today. I was asking myself, if we know how much unity means to Africa, we know that unity is power. You cannot know the meaning of power, and you cannot know the true meaning of power if you don't have unity. If you don't have unity, you don't have power. Africans, we don't know the meaning of power because we don't have unity. I'm telling you guys, power is not in the military. It's not in that. It's not about that. It's about the unity. And we'll never get to know the meaning of power if we are not united. And leaders and everybody in Africa knows that the only thing that can change Africa is unity and oneness. But we don't pursue it. But we are not ready to do it. Why is that? Because we have been comfortable for so long, living divided, losing our identity, and we are not ready to put on the work to find our true identity from the beginning, the true history of Africa even before colonization. Know who we really are as Africans. This is what I say all the time, that Africa is a big family with 55 different children. These 55 different children, they don't have same behaviors. They don't have the same, they don't look alike. Sometimes they don't even speak the same language. It depends where they grew up. But we are family. Why 55? Because 54, they're countries inside Africa, and that one country is diaspora. Africans all around the world, and they're our family. Because Africa is not just a place, but Africa is people. Me and you, we are Africa. The word is telling you this, that there's developing country, there's developed country. That's what they say. I never seen Africans say that. Who said that? White man. He said that. Oh, you guys, Africa, you are a developing country. Oh, us, we are a developed country. Let me ask you a question. Developed country means you got yourself figured out. But why all the time, constantly, you're looking forward and you try to exploit Africa to develop yourself? If you're developed, you don't need to develop yourself. You're a developed country. You got yourself figured out. And we are the ones that are developing. And yet, you exploit us. The truth is, we are all developing country, guys. The reason why there's this lie, so that you may look down on yourself. You may look down on yourself and believe that you need help, you need support, you need loans, you need aids, and you always beg to that because you want to develop. You are still not developed. What is the true meaning of developing? What is the meaning of that? And today, the system of this world was never created for Africans, and yet we still try to develop according to the Western standard. That development is having tall buildings, like long buildings and all this stuff. It's not about that. What about community? What about where people live? What about food? What about infrastructure? Do we really need tall and long building while our people are dying in Africa because of hunger? Why don't we invest that money into food? Why don't we empower our farmers so that they can produce more and Africa will never struggle with food? Today we have to ask for food from outside to come to, like the World Food Organization, they have to support Africa for that. It's shame on Africa and shame on us. Africa is a continent that can sustain itself without depending anyone, without relying on anyone for 100, even 1,000 years, because Africa is the only continent that has everything, like name it, everything we have it in Africa. Is the richest continent in the world. We cannot be free until we're in charge and we are in control of our own narratives, of our own medias, of our own economy. The reason why we're still poor because our economy is controlled by the Westerners. You can never be free if your economy is controlled. The reason why the media never talks positivity about Africa, because it's not African media. They have their own agenda. Just like I told you, all these lies about Africa, they have their own agenda. They will never talk positivity about Africa. We want to transform and change Africa, and we cannot change Africa if we do not change. Yes, we're talking about the biggest problem we have in Africa is unemployment, but I want you to change that word problem to opportunity. For me, I don't see anything as a problem. It's an opportunity. Unemployment is an opportunity for you to discover, for you to do something to create jobs in Africa. Because in the age today, it's not about sitting and waiting for government to employ you, but you stepping outside, see the problem. One of my friends once said, you have to fall in love with the problem, because once you fall in love with the problem, you do research, you search about it, and you try to do something about it. And eventually you bring that change that Africa needs. If I want to change anything surrounding me, then I have to change from inside out. And I'll be able to bring that change that Africa needs. And youth, we're the leaders of today, we're leaders of tomorrow. We always hear that. And we have that in our hands. It's an opportunity for us to bring that change. Thank you so much.
Wow, man. Wow. Powerful words by Mika there. Had to drink some water. But hey guys, welcome to the stream. Hope you guys are having a Sunday. I think it's afternoon in maybe some other parts of the world, in the Americas, and yeah, it's a very beautiful, cool evening in the eastern coast of Africa. And yeah, I hope you guys are having a blessed Sunday. Yeah, so welcome to the stream. Welcome Mariette. Welcome Mari. Welcome Negasi. The richest minerals in the poorest and the poorest in attitude and attitude continent in the world. By the way, Ethiopians are oh, okay. You had me over there, bro. What's up? Okay. So yeah, thank you for joining the stream. So yeah, today we're talking about something that is actually related to what Mika just said in the beginning of the stream over here about Africa. Welcome, Pa. Yeah. Today we're talking about the pasta, the African pasta. You know, very controversial, not very controversial topic, because you know these are things we know as Africans, and sometimes we just have to confront some of our dirty laundry, right? Sometimes because you know the religion aspect of Africa. We need today. Let's just explore this aspect because I really wanted us to, you know, to see why Africans are the way, you know, as Mika just said, that we're not low IQ. So there must be a reason why we're doing anything we're doing. You know? There must be a philosophy, and this actually kicks off a series of. I think next week also we'll have. This is actually a prelude to next week's topic. We're talking about the philosophy of taboo in Africa. But today we are going to talk about. But today we have to start with the pasta. It was just something I had, and I really wanted to, and I really wanted us to explore this part. So today I'm going to start with. They're going to watch a lot of videos today. I'm going to start with a very interesting video, and you know, just to set you on what's happening in Africa. Although probably many of you have seen this, and yeah, let's see if I can get there. Here it is, so that you can see. Stop this.
Na tunasema mji wetu lazima ukombolewe. Ni tangazo tulio leo ni hili ya kwamba Yesu ameingia kiseriani na yote tunawaalika.
In fact, now he's upgraded because I saw he's now.
So as you can see in that video over there, let me see. As you can see, we got this is Kenya, by the way, and we have our white Jesus. White Jesus was in Kenya, and yeah, doing his laps, giving the masses the blessings. And you know, sometimes you have to wonder what goes on in the man. You know, there are people following him, and you know, on surface level, or we can be shallow and just call maybe Africans low IQ and look at them following. You know, just because obviously, you know, no, you should question this, right? Like you should just obviously question this, but this is actually a deeper issue that I came to realize. I actually had a talk this morning, and it's all about pastors and you know the mindset of the African, you know, and maybe specifically Kenya, because we also have this issue, big issue with actually it's not even Kenya, it's also in West Africa, it's also in South Africa. This is a huge issue in just all of Africa, the situation with the pastors doing all sorts of messed up stuff, and you know the congregation just cheering on, like, you know, like what's happening, what sort of hypnosis is this? What sort of hypnosis is just clutched our people like this, like pastors just getting away with all sorts of you know, cringe stuff like this, you know. So yeah, so let me share another video. See. Welcome Tanzania, welcome son of Ra. Yeah, today I am the pastor. Today, welcome to the church. Welcome to the church of Ukweli, the church of truth. Yeah, Swahili Nation. Oh, by the way, guys, don't forget the video I played in the beginning was about the video I played in the beginning was about the donation to the cause. Let me see if I can play. Don't forget to, I think the link my internet already shared. Don't forget to donate. Don't forget to donate to the cause, guys. We are building offices and a studio so that the quality of our work can shine through. Like, guys, we need better quality videos, better quality interviews, So yeah, don't forget to contribute maybe $5. Welcome, Sam. It's €5, 5,000 people, so that we can reach 25,000, so that we can have beautiful offices. So that also, when you are looking for Swahili Nation, there is an address. There's an actual address for Swahili Nation where you can come and contribute, do your thing, give your contribution to Africa, or if you wish to help Africa in a certain way, maybe you have your skills. Will actually be a physical address. Some of you a lot of you actually are in the diaspora, and you feel like, what? I want to join the cause. You want to join the revolution, and you need an address, right? So at least you'll find an offices full of people just like you, fighting for Africa, fighting for the enlightenment, to decolonize the African mind, as we will today in this stream, and the future streams also Monday to Sunday. I think you guys already most of you guys are locals, maybe. I think you already know the usual program. Monday it's Mika with a very glorious interviews, by the way. Tuesday is Tanzania, and she talks about African traditions. Wednesday it's the professor himself, Professor Ezra. Thursday is Dr. Ebenezer himself, and Professor talks about education, the philosophies of education, which is very important in Africa because we really don't have that, which is part of the issues here that you can see why some of our brothers and sisters are just walking like zombies, just surrounding white Jesus. Just nobody's questioning anything, right? Then Thursday we have the potential of Africa. That is Dr. Ebenezer. He speaks a lot about the potential of Africa, what Africa can do, and all that. And Sunday we have Friday we have Pastor Ezra himself, who maybe might come here and give his own perspective too. He talks about the weekly recap, what's happening this week, and a lot of interesting stuff. Yesterday was Saturday with my brother Big. He talks about the progress in which the diaspora can contribute to Africa. Very good stream we had yesterday. I really watched and enjoyed it. And today here we are, the hidden hand. Talking about pastors today. Talking about what really is happening here in the African psyche. What's happening here? What's all this about? What's all this toxic religion about? Sometimes, and it's not even an attack on religion, because if you look at the religious texts, they don't promote this type of toxic religion or toxic preaching that is happening in our continent, in our beloved continent. So yeah, let me see if I can share this other link just to give you guys a perspective. Yep.
Apostle Peter Manyuru.
And they are going to have I wanted to put the you know what, I'm going to put it right now. Why not? Let us be thought provoking here. Let me see if I can make, because this is I read a very thought provoking paper by an African, they are Nigerian actually, a Nigerian professor of sociology. He talks about this very well, and he actually says that pastors, let me be accurate, the pastor, the pastor as a sexual object. And This article is actually not an article. It's a paper. It's an academic paper. This paper is actually has really done rounds in Africa in the academic circles of Africa, and actually just came across it this week. Oh no, I've not finished it. As a sexual what object. Let me share the link to this before we continue. Yeah, today we're going to be going there. Today we're going there. Yeah, definitely, Samira. Samira, today we are going there. Is the link to the article, but it's a huge paper. It's actually a paper. It's actually an academic paper. Let me see if I can get it. His name is it's very. This is something also in Africa I don't like. His name is Ebenezer Obadare. Very popular scholar amongst African circles. You know, this week I've been reading a lot about African scholars, African history. So yeah, we're going to be starting a series of Hidden Hand is just going in that direction now. You're going to be going on that direction. We're just going to be looking at the mind and the psyche of the African and why we're going through it, because they have to get philosophy. You know, we can be low level, and we can just say, oh my God, Africans are low IQ. You know, we can be, and that's it, and we just conclude it like that. But you know, we are Africans ourselves. We can't be insulting ourselves. We must look at our.
A man of God who was allegedly caught in the act, pants down. The pastor is said to have been found in bed with a woman believed to be his church member. The man, claiming to be the woman's husband, rained blows on her as shocked residents watched. Ian Wafula reports on the incident that has rattled the Anglican diocese here in Nairobi.
Not only were emotions running high, but also the blows and kicks at every turn. Husband, let's call him Mr. X, allegedly found his wife, Mrs. Y, sleeping with his good-time friend and a church pastor. A development, he says, confirms his long-held suspicion that she was playing games with him.
Sorry, the TV.
But while Mrs. Y was on the receiving end, the church pastor, on the other hand, was wondering whether to hide his face or the rest of his body. Even more awkward, the two were forced to pose for a photo shoot session, after which it was time to dress up. Pastor from SK Pumwani, however, kept his protests, claiming the woman lured him to this lodging under the pretext that she needed urgent prayers since she was not feeling well. And then they all left. Surprisingly, husband and his pastor friend walked out gracefully to their vehicles and drove out. What happened at King Castle Inn was meant to stay at King Castle Inn. Well, not anymore. The Anglican Church says it has begun investigations into the incident and that stern disciplinary actions will be taken against the pastor if the claims are proved to be true.
So yeah. As you can see, wait. As you can see, we're building a small case here. We're coming here to see what's happening in our beloved. You know, we have to see the truth. We have to say the truth today. Today we have to expose some things here. We have to, because there is something happening as Africans, you know. And they walked and they walked in peace. And yeah, as you can see, my and the good pastor. Actually, if you look at the comment section of that video, there are those who are defending the pastor very seriously. They are defending the pastor. Yeah. They are defending the pastor, and and in fact, let me just show you the no, not let me not. But let me just show you the comment section. People are defending the pastor in that video. Like the pastor it's the woman that is in the wrong. It's the woman that was sent by the devil to tempt the pastor, and the poor pastor. The poor pastor was caught in a trap. That is if you look at, so this is an issue in Africa. This is the mental, look at how the mental is it mental slavery, or is the mental capture that we've been caught here with these types of shenanigans. Like nobody wants to question, yeah, and let me you know what, let's just continue. Let's just continue, because this is, then I'll open the open the stream, because there is a huge, even it's a bigger thing than just what, than just let me see it over here. Let me share this part, and then yeah, Samira, that's what I'm talking about. Like, but what happens is, the pastor, yes, the pastor is a human being, and yeah, he does these things. This happens. People sleep with other people's wives. This is normal. But what the society treats, how the society treats when in that situation, the society is defending the pastor. The society defends it's against the woman, and it just defends the pastor. And I don't know, and then I just wanted to explore this aspect of what's going on the mental plane, or the mental aspect of the society, where you just defend when you find the pastor clearly on the wrong, with the little or no evidence of and this is not all pastors, by the way, and I'm not going after religion or Christianity. Christianity does not even promote this stuff. Christianity, as you can see, if you've read the text, doesn't promote this stuff. So this is a specific African, we're looking at African problems here, and African mentalities, and African philosophies, and why are Africans accepting this type of treatment? Why are we accepting mediocrity and giving it the thumbs up? See, somebody here has come. I'm embarrassed to even start talking about my problem. I have a pastor problem. I'm a male. Mine is gay, and they think I'm okay. I don't know any facts. Are you trolling, or is this a true thing? Today today is a very interesting day in this chat. But yeah, but this is a huge issue, by the way, when we cannot, sometimes when you give people too much power and we don't even question, when we don't even question, or we don't hold people to the same regard as we hold other people in society, and which in fact the pastor should be even held in higher regard. We should be held with higher standards, but I don't know why we don't. So maybe you guys, when I open the stream later, you guys maybe will have an answer to why we don't. But I have an idea, though. I do have an idea, and it's not about IQ, because I feel like that's is it a cop out, or is it just maybe a lazy thinking? I think it's just lazy thinking. Oh Lord, no. As Africans, we must treat ourselves as the same type of human beings that the rest of the world treats themselves, and we must look at ourselves through our own philosophies and what is happening in our minds. Yeah. I think our societies have made religion and religious leaders untouchable. We are always told to obey elders, even when they do questionable things. Exactly, this contributes to like crazy consequences to our societies, and that's why you find a leader in praying on church on Sunday, then looting the whole country dry on Monday, and it doesn't have any, what's going on in his mind. Sometimes we wonder, sometimes we also wonder here the cruel things our leaders do to their people, and we wonder what type of person does that. What's going on in the mind of this person? And it's just crazy. It's crazy. Sometimes even talk about how unsustainable our activities are. Nobody's thinking about the future. Everybody's thinking short term, and it takes a lot of mental strain. So yeah, let's watch this, then we will continue.
Hatujakuja hapa kuongea habari zako, hatujakuja hapa kielele, hatujakuja hapa kupiga stori, hatujakuja hapa sana jambo lingine lolote. Tumeunganisha na pesa.
Ukishaikisho 100 ukituma, tunajua saa uko na pesa, tunakublacklist, ama tukiona bado uko na mood za kuendelea kutoa, tunakuitisha tu tena, tukikwambia tutakurudishia zote pamoja.
Okay, now let's just analyze this video slowly. Now, what the lady just said over there is that when you send, this is a church. This is a church. They say when you send money to us, we will and we feel like you're out of money, we blacklist you. Meaning that you can't. They block your phone. They block you from their phone. So meaning you can't access. After the money has come, you can't access. Then. Or if they feel, or then she says, if they feel that you have more money, we ask you for more money. So yeah, let's continue. Okay, where have I done?
Na shutume kwanza alafu kumalizie maombi yako sahi my sister. Shutume sadaka alafu nikumalizie shida zako.
When people reach the breaking point, then anything that offers better answer becomes very useful for them.
Lakini hawa ni pretenders ambao wanastahili.
So this is a pastor, this is a bishop, and he's calling the other pastors pretenders. So yeah.
In a country of over 50 million people, Kenya still lags behind many middle-income countries in the world. More than half the population live below the poverty line, and the struggle for basic needs is incredible. For many, the Kenyan dream is to amass wealth, own cars, houses, money, and power. And to tap into this need, today churches are emerging promising all this, but only if one can trust and obey and give generously.
It is almost difficult.
We're also going to be talking about the evangelist, the charismatic evangelism that's happening in Africa. The promise of wealth, like this is just I don't know, just promise of wealth and prosperity, and crazy stuff. Let's just.
Even for the Kenyan government to keep count of the number of mushrooming gatherings meeting all over in the name of God. Every other day, independent anointed.
This is happening.
He's breathing. Hey, this man died since Friday. Hey.
This is perhaps the latest religious stunt that has grabbed the attention of many. A South African preacher, Pastor Alfred Cow of the Hallelujah Ministries International, lays his hands on a man lying in a coffin.
Amen. Is commanding life.
The man immediately resurrects from the dead.
Yeah. Just look at the crowd. Nobody's questioning. Everybody is like, yeah, this is totally normal. This guy just came from the dead.
The video goes viral.
South Africa, by the way.
His followers rejoice and call this a miracle.
He's an awesome God.
There has not been a shortage of these bizarre.
Good actor. Good.
Happenings lately, even here in Kenya. Early 2000, a preacher emerges in Nairobi, calling herself the true prophetess of the Lord. She establishes one of the biggest Christian followership in Nairobi. But just as things were about to take off, she's jailed for 2 years for cheating a congregation. Prophetess Lucy Nduta hit the headlines after she was found guilty of offering fake HIV cure through miracles to make money. Those who had been healed by the prayers went for further testing, only to realize that their status had not changed. She was released in 2010. Then came her own son, Prophet Dr. Victor Kanyari. He stormed into the scene keen to improve on the tactics employed by his mother. Kanyari opted for some science. He would use potassium permanganate, which turns purple when dissolved in water, to cheat his believers that he possessed superior powers to help them prosper in life.
Dr. Victor Kanyari, Dania Bitia Jakidi.
The Salvation Healing Ministry preacher, the police let him scot-free on grounds that no one had formally lodged a complaint against him. Several years later, and the Nduta Kanyari dynasty is not letting go. Deep in the sprawling slums of Kayole is another member of the family trying to find his big break. Kanyari's younger brother, Apostle Jackson Wawero of the Ufu.
And they always prey on poor people. They always go on the slums. That's something else. Yes, guys, just know
more ministries. Classical case of 3 members of the same family, 3 different ministries, all preaching in the name of God. For quite a while now, I have been following Owero's ministry at his Ufunuo church at Nyamavila area in Kayole Estate. His congregants believe that he has immense powers to solve their problems. But does he? Prophet Owero's preaching does not start or end on the podium. I'm given hints of a hideout deep in Kayole, where Prophet Owero prepares his sermons.
We've been asking residents around here to tell us whether they know whether this person exists in their neighborhood. And yes, this is the neighborhood. As you can see, the door is still locked, but there are activities going on given the kind of noises that we've been hearing from this particular area.
A group of men and women are busy at work. This is the powerhouse, and this, the prayer warriors. Apostle Wawero and his pastors preach on one of Kenya's local televisions. He displays his contacts, and then people call in to receive their miracles. And this is where the game begins.
Hallelujah.
So let me forward this part, because it's basically a ring where they call people congregants or people, and they sell prayers for, I think, $3 or something. They sell prayers for $3. So yeah, and they say that if you want to get rich, or if you want to heal, or you want, send your $3 or something, and they will heal you through the phone, through all that stuff. And you know, they made a lot of money because of this. So you have a lot of vulnerable Africans just doing this stuff.
He could make as much as 200,000 Kenyan shillings just from this.
Well, this is Nyamavila area here in Kayole, and it's been forever really trying to catch Jackson Wawero, the apostle at Ufunuo, and today what to be.
A crowd is starting to mail around.
So yeah, this guy who got caught.
Most famous celebrities, the commander following and with him. In Kenya, preachers are some of the country's most famous celebrities. The commander following like no other. Some reckon that Christians are not to question acts of men of God. They are revered.
We are not to question.
At the Jesus Teaching Ministry Center, we meet another preacher. Apostle Peter Manyuru, a man riding on a crest of a wave. He claims to have special anointing which he sells at a price for blessing, even to his poor congregants. Testimonies offered in this church follow a particular trend that point to some element of coaching.
ATM, kwa hakika mimi nimeona mengi yale Mungu amenitendea. So wana JTM, mtumie anointing mzuri na muombe na Mungu atamuonekania.
JTM, hata wewe pia kupitia mafuta utakaojipaka, kama ni magonjwa yote yatatoka katika jina la Yesu Kristo.
He turned down our request for an interview. He tells his congregants that it is only through giving that evil spirits can depart from them.
Somebody say amen. They make covenants so that when you go down, they are going up. But today,
It is one of the richest pastors in Nairobi. Contents of this magic oil have never been made public.
You know, we are living in an environment of rapid socio-economic change, and people have needs, and people need answers to their questions. Here are questions about economy, questions about poverty, questions about sickness, questions about generally prosperity and doing well. And this is the time when people are most vulnerable to any suggestion that promises, gives them hope. So I think religion comes in as very handy as a way of giving people hope beyond what they can explain. So I think that is I would say that this is a time of much vulnerability among people in Kenya, as in other parts of the world.
Is the administrators and bishops or whoever they are office.
It's not until a lady bishop in the ministry of Prophet Dr. David Owor of the Repentance and Holiness Ministry came out to speak about how deal in the hands of the prophet that someone gathered courage to open up.
Tell her what is happening.
Dr. Owor, said to be a scientist, brands himself the mightiest prophet of the Lord.
Look at this. Sorry to say, our unfortunate sisters, our unfortunate mothers. They are going to sweep the road so that the good man of God can pass on a clean tarmac road.
And when he turns out for his meetings, his followers have to prepare the way for him. His security detail bigger than those of most senior state officers in Kenya. But some of the prophets' pronouncements are...
So yeah, it's that bad, guys. It's bad. It's not. This is dark. This is dark ways. Like guys, and you know, he's not going to walk past here. He's driving. He's going to be driven past here. He's not walking through this road. This is the road he's going to drive through, and our mothers here are sweeping the road and cleaning it with soap. You know, tarmac road, cleaning it with soap so that the good pastor can pass. Doesn't, we don't need the prophet getting dusty. You know, as people like to say. You know, let's continue.
I've left tongues wagging.
Hatuhitaji mighty prophet than Jesus. The only prophet that we can say ndiye wa mwanzo na mwisho ni Yesu, aliyekufa na akafufuka na kwamba atarudi tena. Hakuna mkubwa kuliko huyo.
He himself called him. He presented.
I meet a former pastor in the Owor ministry. He requests to have his identity protected for his own safety. He served in the ministry for over a decade, but over time he has doubted his spiritual standing, forcing him to quit.
Teaching there, you are taught to exclude yourself with others. Because now you are born again, others are sinful. Whenever unatembea na mtu is not belong to your church, it is like he is contaminating you with sin. Which is totally, it is not in the Bible. Those teaching are bad. It's not in the Bible.
The former pastor's experience is not far from what this former praise and worship member shares with me.
I joined the ministry in the year 2013. I can't remember exactly the date, but it was in the month of May.
Just like the former pastor, he chooses to remain anonymous.
There is an obsession with Dr. Owar. Once you join in a ministry, now you have become a center of this cult. You have become, I don't know, you have been radicalized now. You have to be radicalized. You have to believe in Owar. You have to literally worship the man. You have to call him mightiest. You have to call him the most transfigured, the most revered. Failure to do that, you're seen as an outcast. You're seen as a letdown to the ministry, a letdown to the department. So you generally have to worship the man. And I felt disoriented at that point. And that is when I started questioning so many things. Dr. Owar claiming that he is the only way to heaven, and that you must believe in him for you to enter heaven. That is something that is not in the Bible. That is something that Jesus never taught. Jesus says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. Then Dr. Owar comes here and tells you, you have to believe in me for you to enter heaven. Yeah. He even condemned all the churches. He said all the churches are headed to hell. I wonder where he got that from.
Chakula kilikuwa kinaletwa hapa. Manake tu kama kanisa zingine watu wangeleta sadaka. Na wakileta sadaka tulikuwa tunajaza hapa. Na hii mahali yote.
Couple of years ago, this man too was right in the inner circle of Prophet Owar. He has huge reservations about the prophet. Those in the repentance and holiness ministry believe that he possesses divine powers to even resurrect the dead.
He raised or resurrected Mama Rosa. We believed that was a scam. Even one of the doctors who was senior there, he said there was a conversation whereby they wanted to report. So the mother was suffering, Mama Rosa was suffering from arthritis of heads and legs. So that arthritis ilikuwa imeingia mpaka kwa nerves. So wakati tuliambiwa alikuwa kwa koma. Alikuwa kwa koma, hapo amekufa. Because I believe in the Bible, those people who died and resurrected, there's nothing recorded about what they said about hell. So none of those people who witnessed said about hell. Only Christ said about hell. Why this person now? Even what she was saying, it was a direct to do what to say. He was guided how to say. Yeah, she was guided how to say. Yeah, she was not dead. She was not dead. She was in a coma.
Take time to verify who under whose name the property is.
All the properties are hers, unless they have since been sold by some people.
Bishop Jen Jagi's family has narrated how their daughter was duped into the ministry more than a decade ago, ditching her legal profession to join the Owar ministry. The family says she was dragged into the Owar ministry.
So this is a lawyer. This is a lawyer that has entered the cult. Like, she's deep in the cult, and she's actually selling all her properties to the church. That is, and her family is like, what the hell is happening over here? What's happening to our daughter? You know? And you can see this mother is really frustrated, like, what's happening? It doesn't make sense, you know? So, yeah.
To act as a financier.
For the first time, you're gaining entry into this massive apartment here owned by Jen Jagi, who was once a bishop in the ministry of David Owar. Well, David Owar used to reside here, not just him, but also some of his bishops. We are told by the family that they used to stay here and used to do most of the activities here. In fact, on my right side is part of the offices that we are told he used to house his main activities. So we're here to establish and talk to some of the people that were part of this particular ministry.
Kuna wanabii wa Mungu pamoja na maaskofu ambao walikuwa wamekuja pamoja naye kwa sababu walikuwa wanaenda kutafuta visa vya kutoka kwa nchi, nje ya nchi, kwa sababu ya mikutano ambayo inafanywa nje. Na alikuwa asimama pale Riverside kwa sababu na kabeba.
How mighty is your
Many have always questioned how a man leading a flamboyant lifestyle could run his affairs without asking for offerings from his followers. The family told journalists that some of the bishops in Prophet Owar's ministry were occupying Jagi's property. Our investigations unit contacted some of the wealthiest churches in town, but none was ready to accord us an interview. We wanted to know what they think of the attempt to regulate churches in Kenya. They all declined to speak to us. Among others, we contacted a flamboyant couple taking Nairobi by storm, the Reverend Alan and Kathy Kuna. They have built an empire in the last couple of years and said to be riding high in the ministry, and they have no qualms posting pictures of their larger-than-life status. They call these blessings. Hottest female pastor. She's eating life with a big spoon, driving big cars, complete with a flamboyant team of bodyguards. She's setting the bar for others. She couldn't comment on her newfound riches.
Asking your intervention. And God says that you come to me and submit yourself and pray.
And the more controversial one, Apostle James Mainanganga. He tells his congregations of how God redeemed him from the streets as a hawker, his stints in prison, and his struggle with drugs. He has quoted enough controversies, including accusation that he killed a woman in a road accident in Limuru, driving his Range Rover sport machine. Today, he features in the list of the wealthiest preachers in town. And there are many more we contacted. And even some foreign preachers have also found fertile ground in Kenya. Some have opened permanent churches with branches across the country.
I'm seeing a court here. This is the boss.
2018 at the Kasarani Indo Arena, Nairobi, a huge Christian gathering was getting underway. It was dubbed 3 days of angelic visitation. This Malawian preacher from South Africa was the star feature. Shafad Huxley Bushiri, popularly known as Major One by his followers.
You, from Nigeria. You, and we also.
In his so-called prophecies, he wows his crowds by purporting to give personal details of his congregation shown by God. The founder of the enlightened Christian gathering has amassed immense wealth in just a short period of time. Today, he is needed by a South African court for money laundering and fraud.
In news just in, controversial prophet Shepherd Bushiri has been arrested for fraud and money laundering. ENCA's Tsehohajo Moahi joins us now.
Religion remains a sensitive subject in the Kenyan society. In fact, a gray area. No one has found the courage to question the conduct of church leaders.
And the knowledge that I should share.
But amidst the murkiness, someone is now thinking along this line. Kangema, Member of Parliament, Muturi Kigano, is preparing a motion that could just change the landscape.
So my motion proposes to make any church that seeks to propagate Christianity to conform with several parameters, be accountable, show us audits, audited accounts. Let's see what the money is all about. Demonstrate sense of or element of charity before you go to claim tax rebates from KRA.
Niwanga inanishtua ni ile venye wanaitisha watu hizo sadaka, wanaambia mtu atamrudishia. Na obvious, unajua unaweza kuwa umekakaa school fees, utumie wananchi juu. Labda for example, mi labda unaweza niambia enda ukope pesa kwa mtu.
Thinking twice before planting that seed. My name is Francis.
Yeah. As you can see, actually that bill that the member of parliament, the politician, that bill, it was actually shot down this year actually. Yeah, so the church in Kenya still reigns supreme. The bill that he was pushing was about taxing the church and auditing of the church, all that thing. But it was shot down, and yeah, the church is still king in Kenya. And I think in Africa they won. And actually, quite recently, the church actually won a court case this year. I think of 1 month or 2 months ago, the church actually won a court case against the government of Kenya, because the government of Kenya has really been trying to put a leash on these guys, to put some regulation. But the court says no. The church can do anything they want. you're not allowed to tax the church. That is not, that's not our thing as Kenyans and as Africans. So yeah, that's where we are in the current battle between rogue Christianity, really. So yeah, let me play the next clip, and we'll talk about the pastor being replaced as a sexual object. This is now in Ghana, because you've seen a lot of Kenya and South Africa. So let me show you Ghana. Let me just show you Ghana, because this is a Pan-African issue, So let's not leave our West African brothers out of it,
On the continent of Africa, one of the places where people are switching from traditional churches to a new one.
They call it spiritual warfare. God is fighting the devil and the body is the battlefield. Jesus. It's Jericho Hour in the Christian Action Church in Ghana, West Africa.
One day you wake up.
They're Pentecostalists, the fastest growing religion in Africa.
The Spirit of God has come upon the person, and the demonic spirit has no choice but to leave. It's a very exciting moment, because after that you feel very free, you feel very light.
Once cleansed, the church offers more to the believer, specific prayers to get a job, to improve your business, get married. It even works as a bank and gives loans. Looks after the kids. It's this hands-on approach that makes such inroads into other churches. Before Sunday prayers,
so that was Santa Claus in the church.
Bible club.
Just to tell you how, like, this guy, how, nobody's questioning anything. Nobody's giving, like, that's how far nobody's questioning anything. They know that they can get away with it. They can, like, what? Let's have Santa Claus.
As for new members, Francis was a Catholic. Today he's becoming a Pentecostalist. One big reason, a promise of business success.
As I'm here today, by God's grace, it will even increase my level of creation. That is what I believe.
As a graphic designer?
Yes.
Downtown, every second person you ask is either a Pentecostalist or thinking about it, despite the donations, which, like some other churches, are high.
You give 10% of your income from the shop to the church.
Yeah. Christianity is not a religion, it's a way of life.
And such an attractive one that other African churches are hemorrhaging members.
If you can preach them, you join them. So we sing and sing and sing and dance, and especially the youths.
Trying to stop your members
from going
to the Pentecostal church.
So yeah, this guy is alluding to the competition between churches. But yeah, I think we have done with this video. Basically, this is I think he's a Catholic priest or something like that. And yeah, he's saying also now we are going to have to dance because we also need our sheep. So yeah, this is the state of the church in Africa. Let me see. So yeah, welcome to the stream, guys. Yeah, this is very sad. People have been led astray. These charismatic churches are beacons for corruption, all about emotion and no good. Yeah, welcome Biggie to the stream. Very sad, people being led. Yeah, people feel. I feel we're taking advantage of. Yeah, basically that's the thing. Why are we not? The question is why don't we question? That's the thing. Why are we not questioning? What's stopping our people from like asking the most obvious questions? Like it's in your face. Some things they're just doing it in your face. So it's like, why? What's this mental block that you can't question? Is it poverty? Is it I don't know. You guys, I don't think it's poverty though. I don't think, because they are play. I think it's deeper than that. I think there is a deeper part of us that is just refusing to question. And I think it's philosophy. I think we have a philosophy, and that has been conditioned into us. And the church, the rogue church, the rogue churches are taking advantage of this specific philosophy to recruit that you cannot question. And you know, this thing also goes in other aspects of our lives. It's not just, you know, it doesn't stick, this type of not questioning, it doesn't stick to just one aspect. It goes now to other aspects. It gets into our politics, it gets into our family structures, it gets into a lot of things, and we have a lot of dysfunction in the name of, you know, it gets into our education system, you know, even the way we are educated. It's no, we're not, you know, it's like you're not supposed to question what's up there. We have a lot of students afraid of asking questions to the teacher, you know. And but that's just a good perspective. But let's look at the one from this great article by the Professor Ebenezer himself. The pastor as a sexual object. Then I'll open the stream. Let's see if I can share it. Because you know, people, because of the pastor, the rise of the pastor has led to very interesting, as is a result of the exit of the intellectual, right? The pastor as a sexual. Now, yeah. So this was written by Professor Ebenezer Obadare. He is a Nigerian professor. He in the University of Kansas. He's a professor of sociology. And yeah, so his research paper was the African Charismatic Revolution, the Pentecostal Authority rule in Nigeria and Ghana. Basically, the charismatic evangelism, which by the way has its origin in the United States of America. At the core of my ongoing study, the Pentecostal pastors and the changing forms of authority in Africa. First, due to a variety of factors, partly social economic, but also cultural and as well as political, the landscape of authority across majority of African states has altered radically over the last 3 decades. For example, in one effect of the combined militarization of the state and structural adjustment, oh my God, these guys are back. It's all, you know, yeah, at some point, a lot of our problems just say, you know what is the IMF? Structural adjustment. I didn't expect to find this here, guys. So yeah, IMF is the villain once again. So yeah, of economies of many African countries in the 1980s was the impoverishment of the academy. Now, and its logic has been to delegitimize universities themselves as authoritative centers of knowledge production. So this is the mocking of the university, the legitimization of education. You know, I see it even today when people mock professors. Even here in Swahili Nation, sometimes we get carried away and we say, you know what, we only need STEM. We don't need these other courses. We're wasting time on being. But I myself have been guilty of saying such things until I got some incitement or insight from a lot of these lecturers and these professors. They say no, this guy is a professor of sociology. If we only focused on STEM, guys like this won't be writing these articles, right? Guys like this won't be looking at society and the pastors, you know, because this issue, you're not going to solve this issue through STEM. You know, sometimes we praise the sciences and all the mathematics, but we really look down on the arts, you know. But then we look at these issues that can only be solved by the arts. You know, people who study philosophy, people who study language or anthropology, people who study, you know, culture. These are the guys who look at these issues. These are the guys who study these issues. And sometimes we look down on them, or sometimes we feel like they are, you know, and you know, the politicians also do this because it's us. We look like, ah, man, these causes are not relevant. You know, we cut funding. The politician starts to cut funding on these causes. It's happening right now because of the IMF in Kenya, actually. They're saying, you know what, you need to, these are not on-demand causes, these are not productive causes. But sometimes you go to the university to get knowledge, not to get a job. Sometimes it's just about knowledge, guys. And this has been the debate, like, why do people go to college? You know, is it to go get a job or is it to gain knowledge? You know, because of the gig economy that we have now, the capitalism, it's mostly because to get a job. But now, because of that, the legitimacy of the university as a source of knowledge is under attack. It's been now, and because of this, now you see, guess who's filling that void? Guess who is filling the void? Let's continue. For example, if one effect of the combined military, the IMF, with the entire system of tertiary education more or less stripped to its epistemological raison d'etre, this means stripped of its value. Growing numbers of African intelligentsia, basically intellectuals, have had to look somewhere for intellectual fulfillment and compensation that it is commensurate with the status and skills. Hence my claim that for all this exodus that has bequeathed the social and intellectual void, Pentecostal pastors have been the indirect beneficiaries, purveyors of a new kind of authoritative clerical speech act, which tends to be valorized over and above secular law and normativity. Basically, when you remove the arts, when you remove people who are studying, people who should be studying these things and have they have the academic authority to have a lot of, to have a say on social issues and questions that the normal human being was going to have. If you remove the university, that part of the university, then what happens? You see that those questions still remain in the populace, that people still want to know the meanings of how the universe. People still have these philosophical questions, and guess who's there to answer? Your neighborhood pastor is now is becoming the legitimate authority on matters philosophy, on matters education, on many things. So with the entire system of the Pentecostal pastor is no mere direct substitute for the intellectual though. True, he, or in fewer cases she, now occupies what was once the academic spotlight as authority on economic, political, and cultural matters. We actually saw the church just recently in Ghana giving loans. There are many churches right now, they give economic advice. Why? Why is that? To such an extent that today even the academic, even the people who have studied now, as you can see, the lawyer who gave her all her property and all her net worth, and she gave it to the church, and now her family is like, whoa, what happened here? And now, so even the academic the academic is also submitting to the authority of the pastor. But now, there is no law telling that gives the pastor, academic qualifications that you need to be like this to become a pastor. There is no law like that. So the pastor can be literally anybody. Nobody asks for the academic qualifications of a pastor. But that is where seemingly the comparison ends. At the peak of his influence, the African intellectual is a mere defender of the public good. This is what the intellectual does, in which his capacity is defined and contributed by public debates. At least when it comes to intellectuals, like the people, those professors, those PhD guys, the guys doing math, even the guy who's doing the degree, they are open to public debates. They debate, they build bridges, and with popular organizations like trade unions, they resist military and other forms of dictatorial rule, and generally aligned with the efforts to hold the state accountable. If you look at the 80s, it's the universities that were bringing up all these rebels that were in Kenya that fought the dictator Daniel Arap Moi. And if you look at all over, and even Nigeria government is not even, as the lecturers of the Nigerian government have been, I don't know if the strike is over, but the Nigerian government has not been paying the lecturers, And now, as people, we can say, this lecturer, we can dismiss this, but this is what's happening. Their role is they're going to leave a void, and that void is going to be filled by somebody else. somebody who is not accountable to academic systems of peer review. That is just what I'm saying. In short, the intellectual was a crucial cog in an emergent post-colonial public sphere. In terms of his authority, the modern-day Pentecostal pastor is a different beast. Contra his predecessor, the intellectual, his power and influence project over a wider range of social life, including the most intimate. Basically, pastor can enter your economics to your bedroom and start giving you bedroom. And this is the power of the pastor right now. He is widely sought after he's a micromanager, basically. A blend of spiritual guide, financial coach, marriage counselor, fashion. Yeah, the pastor actually tells people how to dress. You know that. Travel advisor, all purpose, he's a celebrity. And least but not least, as we are beginning to see from the stream of media reports across the continent, he is the center of the erotic economy. He is one with the power either to command female congregants to come to church without their underwear. This happened in Kenya, and I think it also happened in West Africa, where women are told don't come with your underwear so that they can more easily receive the spirit of Jesus Christ. Nobody's questioning. You can't question the pastor. As was reportedly in the case with Reverend Pastor Njohi of the Lord's Propeller Redemption Church in Nairobi, Kenya. Kenya, we have this issue, by the way. Or as we saw quite recently with the Kumasi-based pastor Bishop in the quotes, Daniel Obinim, the one with the license to openly massage the penises. Oh my God, what's happening in Ghana? Massage the penises of male congregants with erectile anxiety. It's a man, by the way. It's not a female bishop. It's a man bishop massaging other men congregants with erectile anxiety. Yeah. And the men are doing this, right? No question. Go to church, get your hand job. Whilst political sociology of the pastor is well trodden ground, the idea of the pastor as an object. Wait, am I speaking? Yeah, it's open. The idea of the pastor. Where am I? The idea of the pastor as an object of erotic fascination, part sexual healer, part sex symbol, the throbbing center of an intense Pentecostal sexual economy, is comparatively less frequented. Yet this is something that my research has persistently thrust upon me, and I would argue holds immense riches. For one thing, it furnishes the radical approach to the study of African Pentecostalism by allowing us to corral and cross-fertilize issues, subjects typically allocated in separate intellectual compartments. Foremost amongst these are masculinity, gender, patriarchy, femininity, studies of effect, crowd engineering, crowd control, religious spectacle, media studies, emotions, pornography, sex, sexuality acts, and ethics. For another, it allows us, taking provocation from these theories, Nicholas, Elijah, I think maybe you know these guys, their respective works on the religious sensorium, to approach the physical space of the church as a sensual space, a place where people go to find pleasure. The pastor from Ghana, he said that people, when you do all this, you end up feeling good, which is, I don't know, feeling lighter and all that, where sounds, ululations, music, dance, bodies in motion, bodies flailing, sprawling, bodies in collision, where casually or intentionally, bodies sometimes literally thrown at and surrendered to the mercy of the pastor, all combined to produce ecstatic worship. Accepting that the Pentecostal church is a sensual place frees us to imagine the altar as a special stage repurposed, if not redesigned, for the pastor's hypersexual posturing. On this altar, increasingly, the ritualistic center of worship in many mega churches, the sexualized pastor channels masculine performances. I don't know, apart from that Ghana church, that Ghana pastor was that bristle and erotic intimations, with bristle and erotic intimation. Through him, female congregants may lay vicarious claim of spiritual impregnation. Yeah, she oftentimes, and as vindicated by countless examples across African Pentecostal churches, it goes beyond that. Obviously, we just saw the video of the Kenyan pastor, spiritual impregnation. Thus, to place the pastor at the center of a Pentecostal libidinal economy is in essence to put the persona of the pastor under completely different analytic light. Basically, it's just saying the same thing that he's just giving evidence of what he's really been saying, that there's a lot of weirdness that goes, just pointing at the weirdness of the church. Strategic choreography of dress, mode of preaching, performance on the pulpit, aesthetics, personal tone, automobile, travel, connections, either proven or suggested to transnational networks. Suffice to say that the backdrop of all this is extremely complex. It involves and is in part enabled by the rise of the celebrity pastor in Africa, the rise of the pastoral calling as the quickest route to social prestige, critical in the context in which we need to be somebody, has become very acute, and its corollary. Oh my God, I'm going to butcher these words, but it's basically the article is over. But perhaps of utmost importance is what appears to be the Pentecostalism's theological project of producing a new man, which tends to translate all too literally into a man shorn of his masculine properties. This is why in Kenya, actually, if you heard of the red pill, this guy called Amerix, he always says that the church takes away your masculinity. Maybe we'll talk about that later. But yeah, maybe that's a point. Highly domesticated, abjuring the company of the sinful former friends. Basically isolating yourself. Most important, sexually tamed. A demasculized man, in short. The consequence, I will argue, is that oftentimes the only man left standing in the Pentecostal church is the pastor, occupying the altar, cherished, loved, beloved, and dare suggest eroticized. So yeah, that's the end of the article. But basically, it ends very interesting that in the end of the day, the only man in the church is the pastor. The rest of the men over there are demasculized. So what do you guys think? Let me see if I can drop the link. Yeah, come in and tell us what you think about this issue, because it's crazy. It's a very interesting article I put here. Let me even put the link to the article for those who haven't seen it yet. I put it in the beginning, but maybe it's in there we are. Yeah, so guys, you can join the stream and give us your opinion. I can give you another article here. I can give. But basically, the problem here is that as Africans, we are not questioning, and I have to wonder. I have to really wonder, why are we not questioning? What's stopping us from questioning? And I think the problem is, and that's why I began this series, is that, and we'll talk about it next week also. We're talking about, next week's topic is about the philosophy behind African taboo. Is that we have forgotten our own philosophies as Africans. Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest issues that we have as Africans, that we have forgotten our own philosophies. And because of that, we have become fragmented as Africans. Where is the We have become fragmented as Africans, and as we have, as our souls as Africans, as another philosopher in Kenya said, our souls as Africans has become fragmented, and the fragmented soul, you know, is what is putting us into these weird compartments in which we live in, as somebody said the other day, we live in hypocrisy. There is a hypocrisy in our life, like what we do on Sunday and what we did on Friday are two different things, you know. And we live in this because our, you know, we have different, like our lives has been broken apart, and I think they say it's because of colonialism. Because before colonialism, the church, the economy, our religious aspects and our economic aspects, our philosophy in religion, our philosophy in economy, in our way of life, in our these were all intertwined into our own one general philosophy. But then came colonization, which brought everything down, and now we were like, we have the education aspect of our lives, we have the economic aspect. These are just aspects that are pushing us apart. We have the church aspect, we have the, what is the other part? The political aspect. You know, because you can find somebody going to church. You know, these are just funny things in Africa, but we have to address this. That somebody is a staunch, a lady is a staunch churchgoer, goes to church every day, but she's very tribalistic. You know, like, oh my God. And you know, and I know, and if you're in Africa, maybe you've had this in your parents or something, where they go to church, they believe in God, and they are very staunch churchgoers. But in the end of the day, they become very tribalistic. Like when they come to tribalism, they hate this other tribe, and you wonder, like, why are you hating this tribe? And that's not Christian, you know. That's not. But and you find that what is happening here? What's this schizophrenia? And we will explore this. I think next week when we talk about the philosophy of taboo. That's when we will explore this. But this week I just wanted to just introduce the topic, so that to you know, to activate the minds, or to jumpstart the minds, or to, you know, shock the minds. Welcome, my sister Bridget.
Hey, how's everything going? You got a really interesting topic today.
Yeah, and it's on a Sunday, so you know it's appropriate for. I thought, you know, since guys are going to
you're gonna make a lot of Christians, Muslims, and everybody else very upset with you today.
I don't know. You know, I don't think they're going to be upset with me, because when you speak the truth, they will be, because I'm questioning, you know, and that's the thing about that's the whole topic today. Why are we not questioning, you know? And maybe they probably even went to church, and maybe some of them did the weird stuff you've just seen here. Maybe, you know, maybe they participated. You know, there's a pastor in Ghana stroking men's penises. And that's like that's a whole pastor, you know.
But the thing is nobody reads history, let alone the Bible. Now, if you look at what they did with the Crusades was kicking butts over there with the Moors, about to take them down. This was it Spain? Don't give me I will have some gaps in my history anyway. But because they couldn't beat them, and remember they crucified and hung all the worshipers of God, of Jesus, all that, and they wouldn't stop, you know, following, you know, the biblical beliefs. So what they did was, okay, since we can't get them to stop believing this way, we'll integrate our paganism inside of Christianity, and then we'll give them this religion. And that's really the religion. I don't care who you want to put behind any of Muslim, whatever the heck it is. That's what everybody's following. Because if you sit down there and read that book, it doesn't. say you're supposed to be doing all this to the, oh yeah, go ahead and touch the woman. Look, they said if you, wait, I can't get the point right. If you're looking at something that's wrong in so many words, then you should pierce your eyes, and you still see it with the other eye, pierce the other eye. In other words, you should not do any sin. But yet we're doing it all the time. So then I go back to, what you're saying, what's going over in Africa now. It's the same thing that we went through in America. The same colony. Look at the Catholic religion. Look at all that. All that stuff was done in the church. They just doing a bunch of grooming. Pretty soon you'll be thinking just like we're thinking over here. And then it throws a pathway to the slave Bible, and give all the rich folks the right to everything you got because, the Bible states, that you should not oppose your bosses and, stuff like that because they are, he blessing those who have. So we think those who have everything is blessed and they've been blessed by God. So we should never go up against anything they say because if we were blessed, then our world and our lives wouldn't be so miserable. So we are the tortured, condemned people, and therefore it's only right for us to suffer the way we are. Okay, let me breathe. Sorry.
Hi, you spoken some great sense. My brother Biggie, welcome to the stream.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
Good night.
How you doing, BJ?
How's it going?
How you doing, Mundatezi? Mundatezi been missing in action, but today he brought some action.
He's having some,
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
I think he's having some technical, but okay. But
can you hear me though?
Oh, yeah. Oh, welcome, Biggie.
Yes. Anyway, this is a heavy duty. Even I call it more than what really goes on the ground, because Christianity is there, Islam is there, and also you have basically the Judaism in there, but we human, for different time, for things that we want to accomplish, the Muslim will come in the Christian church to get some of the blessings, certain things that can help. It's just they cross each other, But at the same time, you have to see all these pastors that comes in and they become like the superpower of understanding. Because as I commented, we are desperate people in desperate time. We take desperate measures. You see, if you look into the Bible, it's very clear. There's no other God, and I am a jealous God. That's all he stated. Xavier made it very clear. You cannot worship your pastor. You cannot worship your mom. You cannot worship your kids. You cannot worship anybody but him. So when these kind of pastors comes in, they're using the Christianity to their own advantages. But again, I cannot speak of all of them because some of them are for real and seen the healings. In fact, there are pastors and clergymen that goes all over the world just proceeding with healings to come in accord with yourself. So you will see so many church men that's going to be, oh, this is the way I found out. And this is, especially when you talk about sexuality. Yeah, Xavier never let you down on sexuality. But it is something that he commanded at the beginning. He just told Adam and Eve to go and populate. Without sex, you're not going to have anything. It's there. The information is there. It's just now they're picking that aspect of it and deciphering it to the man level. And I said, when you hate, it's spiritual. It is a spiritual struggle. When you say dislike, it's a physical form, not liking on what's going on. So when you approach it by saying, I hate these people, I hate this priest that's promoting, Don't hate, because you know what? At the end of the day, if you are the person that's going to follow the laws that have been established, you're going to earn it. You're going to have to really go by the law. You'll be accountable for every law that has been written. So it's very important to everybody that listen to this transmission. In a desperate time, if you really are Christian, if you are really Muslim, if you are really Jewish or any other religion, stand your ground. Stand your ground. There are so many charismatic people out there to fool you and take you, especially those that ask for your money. People that have the power within Xavier power, and that power should be exercised freely, because he gave you the oxygen, he gives you the water, the food, and everything else as a creator. So you should simply, if you know, if you really truly know, I know pastors that do not see what people gave them for what they contributed in their healings, because you know what, they don't want to get involved in that, because they're not going to worship money. First thing you got to understand, if you got power, money, and health, don't be proud that they can manage the rest of the world. These are the people that's going to have a problem in their lives, and actually people are going to follow into that trap. So that means your power, your health, and as well your money, wealth that you think is all you really got in this world, that person forgot his soul. First of all, we all die to begin with. So do not be proud of these three things that you may have, and abuse systems and abuse mankind. That's the wrong thing to approach it with. So these people are using their power because they're the head of the head of the church. Two, they're healthy because they get everything from the people. Okay, and at the same time, when it comes to the money, they're collecting it like a tax people. So if you have that kind of mind, that's not the church to follow. You have to come back to yourself and say, hey, what do I need? What am I desperate about? But again, it's everybody cannot think like me. And there are a lot of vulnerable people that's going to go through even to the devil den and pray if it's going to happen. So in my opinion, when it comes to those priests that uses their power to be worshipped, literally they worship the people, but they don't see the person behind it, which is in the name of Jesus. These are the people that's going to be really be troublesome. So Africa, wake up. When you're desperate, come to yourself first. Ask the question. Ask yourself before you go anywhere. Because you know what? At the end of the day, it's your mind that is straight. Unfortunately, your emotion fails you because you want to fix everything on your own. You can't. You are limited to certain things that you can fix. When it comes to spirituality, you have to understand what it means being a spiritual being. Every time a pastor comes and he does a healing process, even though whether he's collecting money or not, that man came in and healed you. You have to give the glory to the Creator, to Xavier, not the person that healed you, because he's supposed to be the instrument to heal you. Do not worship him. That power is because your mind and emotion is for healing and you made it happen. And that's what Xavier gave you. to be at the right place at the right time, but do not worship other than your own creator, then you cannot serve two gods. It's already written. It's just, unfortunately, I have debates with so many people about the stand of Christ, the stand of the creator, Xavier itself. Xavier means Xi is the Son, Ab is the Father, and Beher is the Holy Spirit. People don't even understand this part, but they will try that as if they understood. But unfortunately, you're gonna fail because you didn't even do your basic homework as human. I'm not gonna worship a God because everybody's worshiping him. I want to understand who he is, who he stands for. And the minute the Christianity, Islam, and Judaism followers, everybody fall in this crack in the name of Christianity, in the name of Islam. I've seen different type of people that can do or perform healings, but that healing should not cost you a penny, because as far as I'm Christian, I believe in my Christ, but he never charged you for that. He never charged you. He never charged the blinds to see. He never charged. In fact, he died on the cross. And those priests that pretend that they know all about it, now they're talking about sexuality. They're talking about different things. Yeah, you know, we can, if you're really going to decipher every aspect of the Bible, what's been written, we can really have another 100,000 volumes into different chaotic following, but that's not Christian. If you're really going to be talking about Christianity, I'll tell everybody, if you really want to debate about Christianity, read the whole Bible. If you want to debate the whole Islam, read the Quran. If you're going to talk about Hinduism, read about Hinduism. And then you can come up with your own understanding and you can explain people. One thing I dislike, remember, I don't use the word hate, is the people that not even read about it, follow through it, and become the king of the kings because they're using and abusing the people that are not educated, just in the name of Christianity, in the name of Islam, and as well Judaism. And when the Jew also have a different flavors too, and different religions have different flavors. At the end of the day, if you're going to be worshiping your creator, at the end of the day, well, look for that. Somebody created this earth and heaven. There's a creator. Everybody understand that. Sometimes maybe the tree created this whole universe, whatever your worship is. But when it comes to people that really put things in their own hand and say, yes, you know, I got the power now. You don't. It's temporary. Your failure will be so fast. We've seen it, a lot of people that preach the gospel and how they land flat on their butt. And I always tell you, my family, my brothers and sisters, to stop worshiping men and women, children. At the end of the day, when you die, if anything happens to you, those that you worshipped and the way you bring them, you're going to hurt them more. Don't act like God. Don't act like Xavier. You are not. We're human. And this platform, as far as I'm concerned, I'm talking to humans. Our behavior, our social fabric, and how we're going to be doing. Okay, I'm Christian, but guess what? I'm going to go to the witch man the medicine man, I'm going to go and find out some other thing. It cannot serve two gods. This is something that I really deeply trying to really find out. And I read and read and read. And I believe in my examiner. I don't want nobody to follow me. I'll give you some messages that I know in time. But I don't expect anything in return. This is a free service for my soul, for my spirit, for the creation. Anything that I'm going to tell you when it comes to healings, it's not going to cost you anything. If I have a way, I always have a mind to heal the world. Sometimes I ask, even when I see Jesus that's been healing the blind, that raised the dead, I get kind of, is it possible? Yes, it is possible. But you have to obey to the laws. If you're Christian, don't be hypocrite. Don't make money on poor people that seek help, that glorify him. They thought they got something and it deceived them. You're not the creator. Even Jesus said, be as perfect as the Father. Because even Jesus said that while he's living on earth. So those priests that you see commonly saying, oh, I did a healing process. Guess what? We're being all gifted. You don't have to be a priest. We're all gifted to heal people. It's just you don't pay attention. Because in your prayer, you always think about these people. I always think of people that have been sick, like Marie Antoinette. I always said that. I pray every day that I'm thinking about Swahili Nation, One Africa. The people that comes in my mind in my prayers is going to be the people that are asking me about prayers. But you know what? He's greater than I am. I am Ephraim. I am Biggie on earth. In my spiritual world, nobody should pay me for nothing if I made a change in your life. Don't worship me. I say it right now. And don't even think about me being above the Creator. I am not. And those that thinks like that, they have issues. And please forgive me, Xavier. I'm not going to cast the first stone because I'm a sinner.
Thank you, Biggie. You raised a lot of deep questions actually. Before I allow Maria Antoinette, no, let me just give a round to Maria Antoinette and my brother Carrasco. Then I'll ask her another question. Maria Antoinette, welcome to the stream on the panel.
Hey, Marie.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
Oh, welcome.
Yeah, no, I think we got disconnected.
No, you're still here. I can hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay, yeah, because it just went silent for a second. Yes, I would like to endorse everything Biggie has said. I just have one question that's really bothering me. I've noticed that among many, I'll use the term Pentecostal churches, although it may be more accurate to say both Pentecostal and non-denominational, but they're in effect just private enterprises, not really connected to one large conference. They seem to always be in sympathy with anything that the USA does. And I was just wondering, why is this? It's something that has been bothering me quite a lot, and I don't think I understand it fully.
I don't know. When you say in sympathy with what the US does, are you talking about
Any decisions made in international relations, that especially with the former US president? They seemed to think that the former US president was going to save Africa from China. Is this really true? I'll go back to the issue of pastor as sexual object in a minute, but I wanted to ask this question since we're talking about the authoritative role that the church plays in our society.
Well, Marie,
All right,
I was just saying.
can I ask you
I'm
that?
sorry.
Can I answer that real quick? Marie Antoinette,
Yes,
how are
Biggie?
you?
I'm
How are
fine,
you?
thank you. I'm fine.
You well?
Yes, I'm
You're
doing
my
well.
prayer.
Thank
You're
you
my
so
prayer. You
much.
know that.
Thank you, Biggie. I really
And your
appreciate it.
question, it is the question. When Jesus was born and he came into about to be known as the Messiah, all the Israelites, they thought he's going to come in and destroy the Roman Empire. And the minute he died on the cross and the process to get to the cross, they even voted for the most criminal at the time to be released than Jesus. When the previous president came in, and was clearly, I said Obama showed up.
No, Trump.
Well, Trump is a different level because Trump wants the evangelist to endorse. He's a businessman, but he never talked about them negatively. And he did a lot of the undercover works that no other president can do because he was non-politician. But is he savior? He might be for a lot of people, but do not worship him. They believe that he's going to bring the greater America. That's why I just went back to Jesus' life, and where people that's going to show up, they're going to be the one that's going to be, whatever that the negative that you have, he's going to work that miracle. But again, don't forget, when Xavier puts people in the position, whether they're corrupt or not, it's something for us to understand what their mission is about. So when it comes to Trump, he exposed, and I'm going to quote it, 100,000 subpoenas were out, 80,000 subpoenas are sealed subpoenas. This guy was a businessman. He actually did so many things that's open, even though you can talk blah, 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 blah. He's not one of my favorite in my books, but what he's done and accomplished during his 4 years, it was really eating up a lot of the American stands because it was all about America. He didn't care about the rest of the world. And usually leadership, they're supposed to be worried about their own nations. But when you look at what he achieved, underlying things, or certain things, some issues that he put in, nobody noticed that. But he did a lot of great stuff that other president cannot do. He was the first president, actually one of the first presidents that went to North Korea and trying to negotiate. It's all about America. He was a leader for America, not the world. At the same time, his establishment has more foreigners, blacks, that are employed by him. And I personally questioned some of the people that work for him, and they told me he was very respectful and business savvy and appreciated that they held that position, whatever they have in his organization, including his master. Uh, what do you call that? His master. Wow, I forgot the word. His master, who does the carpentry, the master carpenter. He's from Mexico, and I spoke to him, me personally, and I asked him about his employer, and he told me that was the great guy. He's a businessman. He said, don't look at the height. This is one-on-one from his master carpenter that goes worldwide and do the business, and he's from Mexico. So when it comes to that level, Trump is different, and I'm talking about Obama because all blacks was expecting something nice is going to happen for all the black community, and our name is going to come up. Unfortunately, he did not. It was all about administration stuff. He became just an administrator. I know he wanted to do something, but toward the end, it was too late. It's at the end of the 8 years. So that's what I see from the presidency of the previous. When it comes, especially the evangelist came, and there was a ceremony where he was blessed and carry on certain torch. And I believe from the beginning of his first year to his last year, he accomplished through his blessings. He did a lot, but nobody pays attention to that because anyway, it's Trump. I'm not a Trump voter or endorser, but again, he did his part. He exposed them. He exposed everything about Pizzagate, about the information of certain organization, while everybody said you cannot go with your intelligence against your intelligence, but he exposed everything. I think people should realize that man did a lot of things that other president cannot do.
And
He was never politically correct. Never. That's not the man.
And the thing about people don't look at history. They came at the black community because they knew we may not have no money in our pockets, but our families were strong. We had strong faith in God. We believed in our communities. And when they attacked us at all of those points, and they brought us down. So speaking on the religion side, I can't remember the prosperity preacher. The name is failing me. But back in the day, it was Ike. And the original prosperity preacher was his prototype. And every Sunday, he was on television, and he talked about money. Send me money. If you do this, I'm going to heal you. I'm going to be your blessings and all this other stuff. But we had like the Baptist, we were mostly Baptists and Methodists. And we had a sense of, family structure and all this other stuff. Now you see more prosperity preachers than you are just straight up, the Bible, Jesus, God, and all that. And I just bring that sort of to the point of what happened in the 80s when they dumped the drugs and the violence into our communities. They also dumped a bunch of money into all the churches. Tons and tons and tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of money. And once those ministers started taking those checks, then the government came in and said, well, you took the money. Now you got to do this. Now you got to do that. Now you got to say this. Now you got to tell your congregation that. So if you look at what was the beliefs back prior to the 80s and what the beliefs are now, they're the total opposite end of the spectrum. And so now you're seeing, where the government comes in, like you're saying, well, why are they following the U.S. is because they took the money. You know, whoever takes the money has to follow the rules. So I don't even know if half of
you
these
worship
men
the money.
Yeah.
You worship money. You see?
Yeah.
That's,
and so now your
that's the
congregations are
problem.
being led to heck because you worshiping the money. And so they don't care about the congregation. They don't care that if you see in the Bible, all this stuff is in fornication, thou shalt not steal, that thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. Well, you know what? We all are sinners and we're working on ourselves. So that's giving me a free pass. I'll keep working on myself after I leave her house. I mean, come on now. None of this makes any sense. But it does because it's indoctrinating everybody into believing what we want you to believe, and it's going to destroy your families, destroy your communities. And I'm coming here with my big dump trunk just to take everything I want and throw you out your land. And then you'll be like the Americans, just sitting in a devastated community with no power to do anything about it.
You know, the most amazing thing, BJ, let's take it on another high level, and I want to run for office, right? And I'm trying to look for power. Okay, this been done century and century ago. Okay, the first thing that I'm gonna hit is the religious parties. You understand? I'm gonna go. If I'm in the Islam issue, I'm gonna go to the Islams.
But Biggie, while you're speaking on that, have you noticed, because we shifted so far deep into the abyss, they don't even have to go to the churches anymore because they know the churches don't have any power. It used to be, if I look at my politicians, they do television ads and they do community meetings. Going to the churches anymore, they know they deficit. I mean, so many of our we used to have a church on every street corner. Now there's none. They know this.
You know why? You know why? Because people are really aware, and there's no followers. If there is no followers, what the politician has to go through those channels?
Right.
But in the old days, I'm talking about the old days. It had always been a cautious move when you use the churches or the mosque or any other religious parties in order to promote yourself, right? And you're not God, you're not using to be a God or anything else, but it's just like convincing the people. But unfortunately, before you get there, the preacher or the church headmaster already ate up so much of the money. People have questioned whether they're gonna follow the new leader that's coming up, that's promising all this and endorsing that church.
Well, I mean, but that goes back to the
new era
that validates that, because how can you allow them to just take the money and do whatever they want? It's like they don't want you to help the communities. That's their whole primary focus. Do not help nobody. Do whatever you want. Go buy you some Bentleys and airplanes and have a great time with money, but don't help nobody.
At the end, so what the government is looking for, you know what they're looking for? Dependency on the government. We are promoting the government to have all the power, and you lose all your privileges.
And therefore you have to walk the line and do whatever I say or else.
Right.
Thank you.
That's right.
And Biggie, it helps. I do remember that President Trump visited a church I used to go to in Miami to improve my Spanish. He had lunch with the head pastor. They still go to the church. They still go.
Yes.
Yeah, and he made sure he was seen with him and took many photos with him. Okay, so what is the reason that many Africans saw Trump as the one to save Africa from China? Was it simply because he was hard on China? Was that it?
No, actually, And Trump is looking at Africa as a shithole. Don't forget that.
Exactly.
And he said it flat out. It's a shithole. So that means if Trump doesn't mess around with the African affairs, we Africans can do something about ourselves. He gave us a signal. The way America is looking at Africa. This president, guess what? When he come in and he become a president, he have a briefing on things that he cannot talk about. Okay? Things on the policies that he cannot talk about. The first link, everybody said, oh, Trump said we are a shithole. He gave you a signal. You should take that to our advantage. There won't be no American influence into the African affairs because we are shitholes. We missed that boat because, you know, everybody in this panel, I'm pretty sure everybody is educated. Everybody follows certain education, and the way we're going to express ourselves is why did Trump call it shithole?
Because that's the way that they've always felt about Africa. He was just bold enough to say it in your front of your face.
No, he told you he cares about America. He doesn't care about Africa and the rest of the world.
As far as their policy, they've always felt that. Normally, they will stay behind closed doors. Trump is like, I'm saying it to your face.
He told Africa we're shitholes, and we hated him for what he called us for, right? But the guy gave you a signal. It's up to us. It's up to us. We're a shithole. No, guess what? You want to prove yourself you're not. It's challenging, Africa. Prove me you're not a shithole. That's what he told you. Because, like I said, there are the foreign affairs policies in America is being briefed to him, and he's telling Africa. He even told about the GERD, the Renaissance hydroelectricity dam that was built by Ethiopians, only by Ethiopians, no IMF, no loans. Okay, and he said I would have blown it up a long time ago, right? If it is your concern, right? Why are you coming to me and saying, oh, you know, now they are a problem? We have to read, you know, information that comes from president in the United States. There's so many secrecy. Sometimes they come out flagrantly where you hate it, but why you hate it? You know, this is what I said. Hate is spiritual. I don't like it. If you don't like it, what can you do for it? That's your challenge. As an African, we've been challenged by Trump. Trump is calling it as it is, shithole, because of the corruption. Even the Ukraine war, he doesn't endorse it because he said it. Why should I put my money on a corrupt government to begin with? That was a signal.
Because he clearly sees he's going to lose his money. Like you said, he was a businessman. He's about winning.
Right. That's right. So this is the message from. He was so non-political, didn't give a hoot about the rest of the world. No, he does give a hoot about the rest of the world because he pointed out he's the first president that went to North Korea. One of the first, if I'm not mistaken. Don't quote me on that.
Yeah.
And he went and did some negotiation, whatever that was. It was quiet down for a while.
Yeah, because you haven't heard any issue between North and South Korea right now.
But you see how it goes. So really, when it comes to this topic, really go back to monotheism. And I would say, you know, why does the church conform to USA, right? But the Ethiopian Orthodox Church.
You're breaking up a little bit, Biggie.
I said the Ethiopian Orthodox Church don't follow none of these because they're the first Christian. Really, if there was a labeling, Christian came in later on. The labeling, when you have the king, one of the three wise men was Ethiopian king. He came in with a gift, knew about the Messiah. He knew about who he is because they were following Judaism, and then evolved when Christ died on the cross. Just not too long from there, okay, there was the Anush that went to Israel, and Israel thought it's going to save them from the Romans because Ethiopia had the technology when it comes to war. Our sword was two blades, and at the end of it, it was 6 inches longer than any Roman. Um, and they were able to use that on the outside and coming back, removing your head from your shoulder. That includes your neck. And Israelis really hoped that this technology will help them to pierce through their adversary armors in the 4th century and in the 4th year after death of Christ, because the English went in there, investigated who Christ was, and he got baptized by Philip. When he came home, that's when Christianity started. And we have 1100 years later, where the Greeks tried to translate everything they got on the book, and you got Philip and James that came in and say, you know what? Let me get all these Bibles and let's pick what is true, we can put it in there. 1100 years later, we're talking about Ethiopia been really following with the Christianity and isolated from the West, because now the West has the true Bible in their museum with everything included. Again, I've seen some clip today, no mention anyway, everybody sees it, but again, there's no black Jesus or white Jesus, all right? Jesus is black, ordinary man, just like any of us. And just being Israel. And he came in during Moses' exodus after 450 years and came to Ethiopia, married an Ethiopian woman. And the Ethiopian woman then came in between the distance, which is 160 kilometers between Egypt and Israel. He came down south. There's a lot of history that's been hidden from us, and it's getting unveiled right now. And I believe that because it's a human nature. I follow the water. Just like I was telling you, follow the money. A human being will survive on water. If there's water, there's fish.
Yeah.
Oh, Sam. Sam, just to give you an information because the question, Moses' wife was Ethiopian from the Afar region. By the way, it's noted in our history. He married the oldest out of 7, just to give him information.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Biggie and BJ. So let me give space for my brother Carrasco. He's been here for a while, so yeah, let's give him space for him to have something to say.
Hey, Carrasco.
All right, hi everyone.
Hello.
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, Biggie. Greetings to the panel. Well, I want to start from a very humanistic perspective as we look into this malady that is the African pastor. I want to start with the child. When a child is born, it is the definition of incompetence, and so as it grows, it continues to gather competence and gets better at living. And this points us to the basic human problem, which is survival. And then on the other side of the spectrum, we have power. And so every human being's life is going from incompetence to competence. And that is gathering power, getting points as you go along and getting power. And so power is what every individual is looking for. You might say you're looking for money, some other person is looking for love or whatever, but the basic thing we're all looking for in this life is power. And that power, we're looking for it because it makes us more competent. It makes us to be able to. Can you guys hear me? I feel I've gone off here. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So we're looking for the ability to be able to survive in this world and to be able to protect those that are ours and those that we love. And so the thing with religion is that man has figured at some point that with all that he can do, with all the competence he can get in this life, it is not enough. There seems to be a higher power, and so power becomes very, very important. And so we start looking towards higher spheres, higher understanding. We look to the skies, we look to the waters, we look to the mountain to see where exactly can we get that power, or where is it coming from. And so what African pastors stand for is, in the mind of their populace, is they are an icon for that power, which is directly connected, as man has figured out that power comes from a divine source. So the African pastor stands between them. And the thing with power is that for most of us, we will not get what in our mind is that is the epitome of power in this world. So we kind of contract our feelings, our hopes, our longings to somebody. And so for most of the African populace, that is the pastor, especially when we live in a place where there are few opportunities, our governments are, are corrupt, the jobs are not there, and there are just so many troubles. It's hard to survive, basically. So the pastor now holds a position in the minds of people, in the psyche of people, close or next to God. And then we also have to place in the background that this is something that has to do with the Pentecostal, church that started sometime in the 19th century. And that's also a time when psychology began to explode as a topic, as a subject, and people began to understand the human psyche and mind more. And coincidentally, it aligns with what pastors do. You have to learn some basic psychology to be able to run a congregation. And fortunately, there's also dark psychology involved there. I'll drop the mic for now and let Mwendatezi continue.
Yeah, you've spoken about power, my brother, and you know what? Sanutia here has put a very interesting verse from the Bible, right? Every person must obey the leaders of the land. There is no power given but from God, and all leaders are allowed by God, right? So there's my brother here, I Can Fire. He's not here, but he always comes here, and I think we are all aware of his views against religion and stuff like that, against Christianity, and Maria Antoinette, you actually explained that in the Caribbean or in the islands, that this is a common view, that that because the weaponization of this evangelism, or the weaponization of religion, as you can see even in the continent, it has led people like, it has led to the creation of people like I Can Fire, who believe that religion is does more harm to society than any good. So I'm just curious.
And Tezzy, the thing is that it in some churches, not all, there's some wonderful pastors and all that other stuff, but they've used religion to indoctrinate people. And once they open their eyes to see, because all kinds of everything that's going on in the streets are going on in the churches, but yet the churches say we're God's people, we're this, we're that. So it's a hypocrisy. And once so many people start seeing, oh, this is actually going on, this is wrong, it can damage you to the point that you turn away from God, because you thought this was the house of God. You've been taught from day one, this is the house of God, that we are God's chosen people. We're not like those other people out there in the streets doing whatever. You know, we're held to a higher standard. And when you see that the standard is lower than what the people in the streets are doing, that could mess a lot of people up. You know, at me as a young person, I'm like, I already see the hypocrisy. And God does not live in this house. So I'm gonna go find me another house to go to. And I was okay with that. Y'all do what y'all gotta do. I'm just not gonna be a part of it. But not everybody is like that.
Yeah, actually, there's also the aspect of the slavery. Like I don't know, there was a slave's Bible, right? There was the Bible. I don't know what type of. I know it was a different.
Yeah,
type of
yeah. And the slave Bible, what it did is it indoctrinated us into your paradise will be in the afterlife. Your suffering is just showing how much you love God, and for every day that you suffer and for every day that you're tortured, it's okay because you're showing people that God is real and He's going to give you your reward in the afterlife. So you were just dealing with all this and not fighting against it because you're like, oh, this is what God has chosen for me, and I'm going to be an example on this earth to other people on how you should behave. So it's really just indoctrinating you to not go against the system.
Yeah, that's a very interesting. Maria Antoinette, do you have anything to say about that?
No, I'm being edified by everyone's views. I'll interject a little later, but does anyone else have something to say?
Yeah, Biggie. I also have a question, but
I'll quickly.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's all about the nucleus, you know, the center of everything as human existing in this world. And suddenly you've been introduced to different doctrine because this is happening every day. And I want to respond to Sanuti, where she said, we must obey the leaders. Okay. It is true. Because that leader is for the mass. He's not a leader for individual. So whatever that he decide, even if you listen to the when we had the flood during Noah, it's just because we said that time that we are created and God forgotten about us, and people ignored it. And guess what? We got the big flood, which is already recorded. But at the same time, everybody that's been anointed to leadership, and then they go through the opposite direction on what you voted for. It is part of our life that Xavier used percentage. Don't forget that. How many people gonna go that way, this way? For him, that's his creation. Okay? When he said follow the leadership and you oppose, you gotta oppose. Nobody stop you from doing that. Because the leadership is already there, it's known. It's known for Xavier. They are anointed. And he tells you to follow them. Even if they put you through different part of ways that you don't agree, you have the right to oppose. This is what you call a free will. We have the free will. We're not using our free will. Because you know what? As we humans being created on this earth, for me, the way I look at it, okay? When we come to this earth, we came in to do good things. Plain and simple. Because any children or any calf that was born, if you compare them, the calf would be walking in about what? Not less than 30 minutes on a struggle, she start running. We humans, we're dependent on the mother.
Yeah.
We have a difference.
And the thing was just what
survival.
He said, you know, you must obey the leaders, but we never sit down and question when the leaders are not holding up to the standards they want to put you under.
Exactly, and the old one was a feudal regime where you're gonna be as a king. He's got his son that's gonna take over, a daughter is gonna take over, whatever. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about the old time, and now you are there to vote. Even if he votes, the vote is corrupted. But that person is the leader. So what Xavier is going to show you, yes, he anointed those people for us to improve, for us to identify the flaws where we can correct our flaws. Why you question about the creation of another human being while you don't even have a control to even create another human being? It's an energy if you want to go in the new world. It's an energy he cannot destroy. When the element put together is when the leadership that's going to come on any nation that's been anointed by Xavier. It's up to us whether we're going to vote for him right now in this day life. It's up to us. But the Bible has been written a long time ago. And when they wrote it, it was so clear for the people to follow to the day. Today is July 17th. We're talking about why the leadership has been anointed by Xavier.
Because they corrupted the book, and because everything God has ever done has been simple and easy to understand. When man starts to reinterpret everything, he's got so many exceptions in the middle of it, you can't follow anything. But it says, thou shalt not kill. Well, you can kill during this, and well, these situation and that situation, but it says it plain and simple here. And that's where we're so busy listening to somebody's interpretation of what the book is and not looking at what the words actually mean.
Right. And at the same time, Sanuti, and right now she said China is, refused the indoctrination of the Bible. Well, guess what? China is suffering from less women now. They cannot even marry because they have their own way of intercepting, aborting. When you got one child, that's all. One child. And guess what? They're suffering behind it. How can you just refuse without even understanding the whole thing? It
Yeah,
comes as a history. Now they're
yes,
hurting.
yeah, Biggie, you've spoken some very interesting points. Let me give you space for Carrasco. I know you had something to say.
Yeah, I want to say, as a spiritual person, and the thing is that I don't take credit for it because I think I was kind of initiated by my father because he was very spiritual, and from a very young age, I I didn't fall into some of the limitations of religion, but with spirituality that I was handed down to me by my father, I needed to take more responsibility. So, for where some of the people I knew believed that they could, do something bad and then go pray, and then it was over for them. Me, I was made to know that if I did something wrong to somebody else, there was karma for me. And I will add to that I also believe I was made to believe in reincarnation. So therefore, if I do something really bad, I might be able to escape it in this life, but then in the next life it will be revisited upon me. And so these are the lines upon which I base my core ideas in life. I would say that religion is one of, for me, I don't really like to pick and talk about people's religion because being spiritual, I tend to understand some things. And so therefore I leave everybody to his own religion. And so I will not speak specifically of this one or that one. But on this panel, I'm going to speak about this pastor issues, but and then about the limitations of religion. Because if you look at science and some, other endeavors in life, you find out that for science, once something does not work anymore, it gets rid of that, and then new knowledge is added, and so on and so forth. And then we have evolution of the science itself, And then as a constituent of that, we have the evolution of the human mind and the human being himself. So my first problem with religion, all religions or most religions, is that they tend to get to a point, and I've seen this with people who have gotten to this point, and they express a lot of dissatisfaction. Is that, well, okay, I've read and read and read, I've practiced and practiced and practiced, and I've gotten to this point, and there are so all these barriers that say I cannot think beyond this, I cannot look beyond this. And for me, what I feel and what I do as a spiritual person is that I try to use my own faculties to get truth, to look at this book and that book and see what is true and what is limiting. So I have that agency to pick to pick and choose and to see this can work for me, and then I can experience or experiment with some syncretisms. And so until this day, because fundamentally we are Christians in my household, I still read the Bible and use certain things. I feel that if religion, because as I said earlier, we are all searching for power, and our basic in my own point of view, thing on this planet is to get power and use it to be creative as our creator is. So use it for good, get power, get more competence and more competence, and use it for good. So because of this, I agree. I feel that you use your faculties, you develop yourself, and then you do as much good as you can. Therefore, what limitation does is that it impedes this natural faculty that we have as our creator has given us. And I just want to put this out there so people can understand where I'm coming from, and as we go deeper into this thing. So that's just what I wanted to say.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. And yeah, as we go deeper into this, I think let me answer my brother Jonathan's question. What about the voodoo doctor? Is he a pastor? The voodoo doctor's role in society was not as powerful as the pastor's role. I think we talked about this. I think after a few months. I don't know how many months ago. During the first time, I think the third episode, the fourth episode of the Hidden Hand, we talked about morality in Africa, and morality in Africa came from within. And the voodoo doctor was only as reliable as the results he could produce. And the fact, which is so weird, this is why I am actually bringing this topic, because the voodoo doctor's word was not final. Like, he was questioned. In fact, he was under a lot of, because the morality of the African came from what the African thought was better for the society. But in Abrahamic religions, the morality comes from outside. It comes from the Bible. It comes from God. He is the one who is imposing his morality on you. But in African society, it was your personal morality that now was imposed on the gods, because now that's how you had bad gods and good gods. That's a result of Africa. It was from the perspective of the current morality of the African. I think that's how you answer the voodoo doctor and the other. They call them witch doctors, but medicine men. Their word was not. They were not as powerful as the pastor is currently. I think that's to answer. And to put it on, I don't know somebody. Asenuchi asked a question for you, Biggie. Where is it? Here, written by who? I don't know what. I think you guys were having a talk. I don't know, written by who. I don't know. Maybe you understand what she's asking.
I think she's asking who, and it's in China newspapers and all that, for the brides. And I'm trying to find the article that it really emphasizes when you have an order by the government in telling you you're going to have one child. I don't even have to find the article, but if I find the article, definitely I'm going to post it. But again, for a long time it was running that one Chinese family can only have one child, and a lot of them, they kept the male and they aborted the female. So and this is one of the things that's been talked about, I don't know, for about 5, 6 years now, because there's a shortage in this the shortage of women. Because you eliminated, you want to take control of creation, and there you have it. Now you have a problem for it. It's not about the just the abortion of it. It's just how a government can really want to do what they decide to do for the population. Eventually, it's going to blow up on your face because he did a decision to have a control on your population instead of just getting your whatever the birth control that you can do, but officially saying you only got one child, it tells you to abort the next one. And we human beings, we're supposed to be populating this earth as much as we can. Everybody's complaining about the earth is not enough for what we have, 7 billion people. Guess what? You put two states of Texas from the example, you can fit them all in that state. And let alone the African continent, where they want us even to cut down on our population. We're underpopulated from space wise and places that where we can live, because Africa is 1.3 or 1.4 billion. We're less than the Indian population, let alone to talk about China. So we can argue about it, who wrote it and what so, but officially that was the rule of the Chinese government, one child. And now they opened up, you can have as many children. They don't have any blockage to that. But they saw statistically what they suffer. China, as one country, has 1.6 billion, if I'm not mistaken. And that means, when you look at through the certain, because I've seen so many comments with the Bible commented on what is happening in the real life. It's like, let's not just focus on just the Bible. Let's look at what the Bible wrote, and based on that, let's look at what's happening in the world as we live now. It's your choice, because you know what? I never infringe on nobody's free will. It's your world. You make the best out of it. Because God would give me the same aspect of it. Why should I say, okay, this particular society is overgrown? Oh, you know what? Let me have a birth control. Or let me have this. No, I can't do that. In my leadership, one thing that I want is for people to live freely, have their own opinions. I'm not going to attack them for their opinions. At least they're suggesting. So let's look into this suggestion. There's no small idea. Every idea is bigger than us. Because when the creation comes, our job is to do the best we can while we're living. It's not about religion. It's about us, how we can collaborate and network, and how we're going to do things to better ourselves. So religion really, like you mentioned, Arkham Fire is going to go back on the religion aspect of it, but at the same time, it's not about religion anymore. Why we blame ourselves into religion, while you can have an open mind, while you can do the best you can to help as much as many people, because that's our duty as humans. It's not about ourselves. It's about how we can be selfless and help others. So religion really is something to enforce in different ways, influence you in different ways. And at the same time, let's say I'm born Christian, you know, I was born in a family that are Christian. I'm the firstborn. My identity when it comes to Jesus is personal. It's me and Jesus. And I know what he tells me in the actual living days where I pray for the weeks. I pray for the being and the welfare of the world. It's not just about Africa, it's about the world. Our children is going to interact with the rest of the world. So is the voodoo doctor going to stop me? No, he's going to do what he's got to do because I have no control to him because it's a free will. Our Creator gave us the free will, and we cannot infringe ourselves from not exercising our free will to any society. And that's why we got wars because everybody wants to be dominant. For me, my brothers and sisters in here that are listening, we cannot infringe free will. Everybody has the right to do whatever he wants to do, especially in the space and date that we're living. But one thing that we want to collaborate together is how we can live peacefully. We can debate the Bible, we can debate the Quran, we can debate the Jewish or any other religion, the, the Buddhism, the Hinduism, and people that believe in anything. Our bottom line is we got to go forward without infringing anybody's free will. And that's why I said always never criticize the person, but the idea. So we got to get out from this religion aspect of it. We can pray in any which way. And when I pray it as it is on what I know. Anybody wants to pray and join my panel or any Swahili nation, One Africa, we can pray about it. But our message to the world is my African brothers and sisters, children of Africa, children of the diaspora. Religion should not stop you. You have to define yourself on what you can do for the land, for the continent. It's a huge continent. Let's get busy with the work what we can do, but not the religion we follow. Religion is personal.
Thank you, Biggie. Actually, that leads me to the next question. I don't think, personally, this is my personal opinion, that when we're talking about the pastor as a sexual object, it's not about the religion of Christianity and or any other. It's about us as Africans, the hypocrisy that is within us as Africans, the conflict that is within us as Africans. That when I talk about a pastor, it's not as the religious person, but as the replacement to the intellectual. And I think that was what I was talking about earlier before I put this topic. I was saying that the pastor has replaced the professor, the doctor. He is now the one who answers all questions, from sexuality to economics to to spiritual. And now the question is, as the person who came up with this topic, Professor Ebenezer, is he qualified to have this type of role? And because personally, I don't think the pastor is, and because already, as you can see, in the last 3 decades, the African as he is, the African is confused. Let's just talk about, we could say he is low IQ, all these things, but I don't think that's the truth. The thing is, I think we are having as Africans, including me, is that we have a conflict of interest inside us. That the way we behave spiritually, the way we go when we go, is not the same way we behave economically. It's not the same way we behave. It's not, they're just, these are all different compartmentalized ideologies. And you cannot, and as we talk about one Africa, you can, if the African himself, without even going outside Africa, without even the tribe The African, he is not one. He is already in shattered pieces. That when he goes on Sunday, he prays to God. On Monday, he is tribal. On Tuesday, in politics, he's tribal. On Tuesday, when it comes to economics, he does things that are against God. Maybe he sells liquor or all these things are out of sync. And the person who is supposed to connect this thing, because it's all about philosophy in the end of the day, the person is to me, and to Professor Ebenezer, is the academic. It is the intellectual. He's the one who is supposed to challenge and come up with all these social philosophies. But he's not. He's been replaced. The funding to universities, all these other things he has been replaced with the pastor. And now because of that, as Africans, we don't even remember our philosophies before. We don't remember our philosophies before colonization. So that's the question: is this? This was just my personal opinion, but do you think the pastor is qualified for this role? Carrasco.
I think we should start with who the pastor is from a psychological point of view. They say we're all, most of us are narcissistic to some degree, some 10%, I don't know how they come about, those measurements. But the pastor is a fine narcissist. Is the epitome of a narcissist who needs to propel himself and look a certain way in the eye of people. And unfortunately for him, in Africa, he finds the perfect populace for that, because they believe in, because we are spiritually fundamentally, but we've broken that now to religiosity. So we've forgotten our spirituality. Then as default, we're now religious. And so the pastor just aligns himself with what is already there. He doesn't really have to do much. He just has to appear as the messenger bringing something from God. And then he has so much power, so much so in many countries he doesn't even pay taxes. Women leave their, as you have showed us some examples, women leave their husbands for him. Women respect their husbands. They will, if the husband says, I need you at home on Friday night, and the pastor says, come, they would listen to the pastor. So he has so much power. Does he need to have so much power? Definitely not, because he cannot by himself do the job of the thinker, the doctor, the psychologist, the teacher. But he has just taken that upon him because people, give him the leeway. And so we have this, we have this. Even he has more. In some cases, he has more power than military leaders, because a military leader has to look here and there for the next coup coming, who is going to kill him. If you are democratically elected, you'll be out in 8 or 4 years. But he will be there for. He's like an emperor basically. He will be there until he dies. So it's a very, like, he's like anybody. If you if you want fast money and you're not ready to really work hard for it, you should be a pastor. And if you are good in that psychology, but frankly, he shouldn't have all that power. It's wrong, because power should not be. First of all, it's not qualified. Then secondly, power must be shared, especially in this modern era that we're living. I'll point out that one of the reasons is that it is very hard to think. And so Africans, one of the things we don't do is we don't think. Anybody that you have ever sat with that his job requires thinking, it's very difficult to think, let alone thinking correctly. So I think we have become culturally and intellectually lazy in Africa, that we delegate all our thinking job, sometimes our spiritual job, everything to the pastor, and then he goes on a free ride. So that's just it. But no, yeah.
Yeah, and I just want to chime in a little bit and say, we have to understand that if our leaders, our pastors are men of God, we cannot then create them and give them the aura that they are God. There's only one God. and you go to the Most High for your answers, and you go to your leader for clarity, but you don't go to your leader. And a lot of times you're like, well, I'm his representative, and therefore you do what I say. Then where's God in him? And I think the problem is, like you stated, all this power, absolute power corrupts, but absolute power corrupts absolutely. And no matter where you're at on this planet, that's been shown time and time and time and time again. And when you get that powerful, how can you even see God? Because you're too busy shining in your own light. And we have to be able to recognize that these people are not speaking God's words, and who not doing God's deeds, and not following his actions to say, wait, hold up, something's not right here. We just go in like lambs, blindly just being led to the slaughter.
Even in modern day society, not all pastors, but the typical pastor is someone who usurps God's authority. He places himself on the throne. No one can challenge him, even in churches where sexual misconduct is not an issue. There is much distrust among the members of the congregation for other problems. The autocratic style of leadership based on, as my friend so rightly mentioned, narcissism. Narcissistic personalities, they tend to be the ones who most commonly find themselves as leaders of churches. And that is a major problem on the entire African continent, narcissistic leadership. And this is why we have so many problems, and we can't see our way, because we cannot address the issue of the prevalent narcissism.
And see, over here, Marie Antoinette, a lot of times it was in the past, and this is no slight to the good pastors who are, I know many of them, and they're doing all to help their constituents and all that. But it became like a lot of pimps became pastors. And we used to have the terminology pastor pimp, because, people start seeing, oh, you can get all the women you want. You got all this money. You have access to this. You don't have to pay no taxes. It's a good game. So some of these guys don't even know who God is, let alone how to spell his name. And they have no intention.
Amen.
And that aspect of it, in the original story, when when Christ went in the temple, okay, and the temple was converted for merchant exchanges, rather than having the spiritual aspect of it. What Christ did, he destroyed everything on his path. And this is Xavier's son, the only begotten son that was mad. How can he treat the temple of my father and destroyed everything else? So why don't we learn from the basics that we humans are so corrupt, we can take it to another level. Again, not infringing on a free will. They're right in front of the temple doing business in the name of the Father, the Creator. We've seen it all over the world. All these merchants that sells the pictures, the cross, the everything you think. I'm talking about through Christianity. Not a penny goes to the church. Not a penny for their own wealth. So when you really line up on what you can contribute to the temples that's been created throughout the world, beautiful churches, but everybody has its own self-benefit dip on what people gives for their own personal use. So we Africans or the world should not be fooled for that. Whatever that your contribution is, you've done it, and we can question it. Now there's a government actually. I read that they want to actually again it's in Ethiopia where the prime minister said now he wants to get everybody that is in this priesthood or churches and see where the fund goes. You guys know about that? It's like an interference of the government into the churches where they spend their funds. There's a question. Now, they have to explicitly show where the fund goes. Is it non-profit or is it self-profit? The first government in Ethiopia, right, about 2-3 days ago, is asking any churches that are, or mosque, or anything that have the non-profit organization, they have to justify where they spend the money. And you know, Prime Minister Abiy is Christian. So he's sick and tired of people being taken advantage of, if you really understand what he came from. So he's going to keep people accountable for their spending. If you spend it for yourself, you're going to pay tax. So it's a big issue. And sometimes we talk about state not interfering of non-profit organization, including churches, mosque, or any religion aspect of it. This government is asking where you're spending your money. How about that?
Yeah, it's a very interesting perspective.
Yes.
And if I was going to ask, what about the the vulnerable African, right? The one who does all, who allows all these things to happen to him. Why doesn't he question, or he
Listen,
or she?
that was the ask. You know, at what level are you gonna go when you are desperate? Desperation, hopes that you cannot see, and people gonna use you left and right. I have a sick child. I want to heal my child. I'm gonna go through everything, through the religious, through everything I can possibly, even the voodoo doctor. Okay. Then I lost my senses. I lost my senses. My sacrifice is gonna be looking at God. Exactly. Because me personally experienced that. I had a choice, but I made my choice. My child was a preemie. One day I was present and she was in the hospital. And suddenly she's not breathing. The heart stops. Usually I shake her around, she comes around. But this time, it's a decision that I have to make. I love my daughter, and I want to put it out there from my personal experience to all of you. Where the free will comes, where your prayer comes, where you understand how things goes. There's a blue lights that's going all over the hospital calling for doctors because the nurse looked at me and she said, I cannot help you. I got to call the doctor. But for me, I was with my child turning blue. And for me, I had hope. My hope is I look up and I say, Lord, I put her up all the way up above my head. I said, Lord, I know she may not belong here, but since I've seen my flower, my beauty, I want to keep her. And I told him, there's no debate about it. But if you're going to take her, here she is. She's all yours. Instantly, my daughter coughed after 40 seconds. And that 40 seconds, I didn't clock it. It was the nurse that clocked it because she got to explain to the doctor what happened. My trust in this life, we come as a human with the soul and the spirit. When you exit your body and all your belongings stays here. Your faith is how you're going to take it, is how you're going to believe it. My strength willing, me, myself. He gave me the right to really ask, but I did not ask, but I offered. That was the choice. This is my personal experience. You might not be in that time where you're going to decide, am I going to cry and looking for a doctor? Yes, I had that understanding. I got to look for the doctor. The doctor is not showing up yet. But I had that opportunity to raise up my child and offer my child to him. But I told him, I want to keep her. And my emotion at that time and my mind was straight up because I want to keep my child. This example that I give you on the free will. Do not infringe on somebody else's free will. Religion is personal again and again and again. I don't know how to tell you, if you're a human with soul and spirit living on this earth, you have the power of everything. Your dominion is all over the earth, the planets, the universe. Dream big, make it possible. And it is possible. This is a life and death situation that I experienced. This is not the first time, but this is within my child. And everything that's written, yes, written. There's so many things that are not written. You have to understand, when we are created here, we came in for the will and the goodness of what we can contribute. He can create you as a small child and take you out. But you know what? Your existence at that minute and moment that you were birthed, even unbirthed, is for us to understand and know how to cope with our life. Your situation at that time, understand it, why it did happen. So the parents that grieve the loss of a child with a 9-month pregnancy, it's not about religion. It is about certain characters. We have to define it, why these things happen. For me, I exist now. I'm speaking to you. Tomorrow, no more. I'll take it gracefully. I don't question that. The question is, how can we live together and collaborate together while we are alive? Once you die, you're gone. You're done. Is that religion that stopped you? Because you're Christian, because you are a Muslim, you are Hindu, or Buddhist, or any other religion? It doesn't save you. Live the best you can right now in your life. And I'm not speaking about religion right now, as it is. It's up to you to decide. Let's not beat down the whole religion aspect of it, because we can read the history or anything. It's our own personal experiences. And that's how I overcome. And if decided anything that you lose in this world, just remember the beautiful memory that you have. But those you don't, you always have some memories. Live to the best you can. All these priests, all these other that comes and influence you for their own benefits. Be aware. This is the discussion. This is the discussion where we're going to make a sound decision on which way we're going to go. Because when human beings are desperate, they will go to sell their soul to whatever that they can possibly get what they want. Again, when it comes to power, when it comes to health, when it comes to money, and you take pride that you have all these, your history already. You're buried 6 feet under, and you have nothing to protest about it. So religion, let's not beat down on religion. In every aspect in our world, we have so many corrupt people. Do not trust men, because we can be corrupted. Your faith is your faith. Understand it. Do not beat down on the Bible. Do not beat down on the Quran. Do not beat down on Buddhism. Because you know what? If you got all this religion and you read everything about them, one common thing that they have is peace on earth at the end of the day. I live it I gave you my own personal experiences. And I do not infringe ever about your free will. You're born free. Just like the trees, like the fish, like the birds. Have you seen or heard any bird having a political body? No. Everything that we eat, do they have any kind of social thing that we can think about? So we have to rethink about religion. We can pick everything that is written and argue, debate about it. At the end of the day, as long as you're not 6 feet under, you're alive. As long as you're alive, what can you do and contribute to the human society? That's my bottom line.
Thank you, BJ. Well, let me ask the rest of BJ. I think Marie Antoinette. Why do you think the African does not question, the average African or the African who is in the church does not question the pastor?
Well, that's simple. It's the same question you would ask a lot of people who are in America. They know that our love, our belief, and our need for God is internal. And we will not do anything to break that bond. If you say you are a man of God, Tezzy, then, you said you're a man of God, I'm going to trust what you got to have to say, because your definition of God is the same as mine. That's what people get mixed up. Sometimes those definitions are not the same. So the God you're worshiping may not be the same God that he's worshiping. And until you start, because it took me a while, because I ran into some stuff. And I'm like, I better give God a name, because your God ain't my God. And I don't be running around with whatever the heck you floating around with. But not everybody has that same experience. Because for the longest, I'm like, praise God. I'm going to someone saying praise God. And I had to finally realize the God that they're bowing down to may not be the same one you are.
Oh, okay. Thank you. My internet. What do you think?
I think we were programmed to give the words of pastors a lot of meaning, a lot of authority. I'll give you an example where I surprised myself. A certain rabbi said that Africans are not children of Abraham. Even people in India are children of Abraham, but not Africans. They are not Abraham's children. And this hurt me a lot. Like, usually I would have a copy of such a video. I lost the video. I can't find the link, and it really hurt me. Why did I give, if I have all the information that I have, why did I give his words such meaning, such power? I don't know. I know he's not correct, but yet it just hurts because of his standing in the society. People give the words of those people, especially, a lot of merit. It's something that we've been programmed to do. And there's a lot of guilt and shaming when one tries to deviate from this.
Actually, that's a very, very interesting answer.
So true, Maria.
Yeah, yeah, BJ.
She's absolutely right. I mean, we have a sort of worship of authority, and we always trying to please authority, but we never really question authority. And because of that, those who are in those positions know how to manipulate us because they know we're not going to go against the book. You know, the book is our doctrine. The book, we follow it from the letter. The book is, he has initials behind his name, and he's been educated, he's a scholar, so he's, of course, has more knowledge of that book than I do, so I have to trust what he says. But we don't step back to look at what is his actions. Even if he has all those things, how do he maneuver? How do he behave? Is he behaving any different than a street thug? No, he's not. So why would you trust his words? If he's behaving in a sense that's godly and stands by his doctrine and is always there for his people, then yeah, you want to follow him. But we just take that title and spread it across anybody who has it without questioning or looking at their behavior.
Yeah, actually, you guys are going in a very interesting direction. So why that why don't we have, where does this come from? This need to obey authority in us Africans?
I'm not sure how it is over in Africa, but I understand it. Part of it is from that slave Bible. Part of it here is life and death. Part of it here, a lot of people had to die just to survive. And so they're like, you don't want to cross that line because that line could not only hurt you, but your whole family. So we just go along to get along and not make any waves. And again, because they know this, they use whatever is in our community against us. And it took them a long time. It took them a long, long time before they were able to infiltrate the church and the family unit. I mean, of course, first they took the men out of the house. But then even before the men got out of the house, they started working on him as well. And, I think that final piece was religion. If we can manipulate their religion and have them follow whatever doctrine we want them to, we got them. Because they know God is the world to us. And how many people have put their lives on the line for their religious beliefs?
You know, you've spoken. Actually, this is a point I actually also wanted to just put out there. Like, I think Jonathan has also put it here that the pastor has more power and relevance in churches that have come from the Catholic and other Western branches of religion. In the Eastern Orthodox Church, that's not the case, by the way. Okay, I don't know about the Eastern Orthodox Church, but if you look
Well,
at
Eastern
all,
Orthodox follow apostles. They follow the 12, doctrine. That the Catholic and Western looks at the Pope as being the highest entity, and you follow what he has to say. Eastern Orthodox is like the apostles as a whole, Peter, Paul, all those guys, and they look at it as that, group dynamic.
yeah, actually, that's the point I was trying to push. That Western is, if you look at Western philosophy, all the philosophers of the West, and when they cannot, even from Karl Marx, even to all the philosophers, basically, they cannot imagine an existence without the state, right? Without someone with unquestionable authority. They do not. That is how the West works. Like the state is always in control. If it's not the state, it's the monarch. They just has to be somebody in your society that has the highest ranking. But I don't see, is this really an African? When you look at African and our own philosophies, and this is where I was trying to talk about African philosophies. I don't think we would have had this many tribes if we really believed in somebody having the ultimate authority. That's what that's just something I think that we would not have had.
But Taser, isn't that because we were able to, just like us on this side, divide and conquer and indoctrinate, and they slowly divide, conquer, indoctrinate until you eventually, like what we have here today, morphed into anything goes. Bring the dog in the bedroom, whatever you got to do to make yourself happy. It's all about what makes me feel good. Those things were not followed in our community, but now all of a sudden everybody is doing this nuttiness because we have fallen into this Western belief, and morality has just gone straight out the window. But it took time, and they slowly integrate all this stuff and these ideals until you now starting to see it surface to the top. These are long-term players. They got forever. They're patient. And they always see those slow seeds, like a seed that you put in the ground. Just start slowly seeing it bloom and blossom until it becomes a big redwood tree. And like, okay, now we really got them. We don't have to work this hard anymore.
So do you think Western society encourages questioning of authority, or doesn't encourage questioning of authority? The society in the West.
Western, no, it doesn't. No, everybody is pretty much, you do not challenge the system, and all within Western society, those, no matter what they look like, who challenge will be dealt with.
So, okay, yeah. Carrasco, my brother, you've been silent. What do you think? What are your views?
Yeah. First of all, I'll have to agree with Marie Antoinette on the shaming. Some people don't want to feel like, they don't want to be shamed. They don't want to stand out. And that's a very strong point if you look at the present day. And BJ's point on authority, that one too is a very strong point, because we ultimately see our pastors as a reflection of the divine authority. So who wants to go against that? But I also want to look at I'll push it back to something more historical, which is tradition. Some of us are just simply born into a tradition, and then we do not, bother about thinking where it came from. And it's, for me, it's a deeper problem. It's not just religion. It also has to do with some of our traditions and culture. I tend to envy the early Africans who for whatever reason, maybe they were just adapting to environment, or maybe war, or whatever they were adapting to or reacting to. They created things or modes of acting and living which fits them for that time, and so they pass that on to, or they pass those things on to us as culture and tradition, and so forth, as heritage. And they had the agency, and that this is a word I now like, and I picked up from this panel. They had the agency to act in their best interest for that time, and then maybe the will to pass it on to us in a format where it was hard for us to change. And so we modern Africans, we seem not to be able to think out of the box to adapt to our current situation. So now uh we don't want to go against tradition, we don't want to go against authority. Mind you, these religions we are talking about, they were brought to us at some point in time. We were doing something else. So, how did the European patiently, or I don't know, with aggression, with force, how did they manage to groom us, to change our mindsets, to change our cultures to some extent, to change our religions, and then we just follow all of that. And so the next set of Africans will be born in a religion, and they will just follow. As I think we Africans, it's imperative, especially for the level or the position we find our situation we find ourselves in. We need to do a lot of thinking, asking, and turning everything upside down to see, is this what we really want for ourselves? Is this what we really are? Is this, we need more radical thinkers, if not actors, but radical thinkers. We need to usurp many systems. And so for me, my point would be, some of us are just born into a tradition that we do not have the will or the guts to question. That's it.
Yeah, and the thing is, if you don't come up with your own beliefs, you're gonna eventually latch onto somebody else's.
Yeah.
That's actually a good point, guy. My brother, you made Carrasco. And now that's the question I'm trying to ask now. Is the pastor more likely to ask or turn over these questions, or is it the academic? You have to look at now from my perspective, that I don't. Is there a reason why the state and Marie Antoinette actually noticed the Western society supports the pastor, right? Is it because the pastor is the least likely to ask this question and question authority and turn, as you said, turn things around?
You have to look at the past, like, why do pastors, you might have one or two radical men of God in any system, in any political system, but by and large they thrive in any system. This is because they're not pushing against anything really. They just, especially the more corrupt they are, the more unlikely they are to push against any corrupt practice. Because bear in mind that most of these leaders also come to them for one advice or the other, and they also want to be relevant to the people in power. So they're not going to push against, most of them will just kind of, talk about, their religion, and that's it. But at this point you raise is very important, because they have a vital role to play in governance, in where because some of these things we're talking, it's not just leadership from the military, or from politics. Pastors should have they have a moral responsibility to make sure God's children, as they refer to them, are heading in the right direction. So
Yeah, so the pastor is an agent. So you can say, not all of them, but the modern, as Marianne Antonetta said, the modern pastor is actually an agent of the status quo, right?
Yeah, it's either I think it's either he is an agent for the status quo, or he's a private agent, and so he doesn't threaten the status quo, and then the status quo also lets him run his business.
Marie Antoinette.
Modern day pimp.
I agree with that.
Marie Antoinette.
I agree, definitely.
My brother Biggie, what do you think about the things we just said?
I double down. I double down. It's absolutely correct. They are all agents of their own self. When it comes to promote a pastor as a sexual object, things like that, it doesn't have a substance. And I also want to tell you that the Catholic part of it and the Orthodox, at the time when Ethiopia was isolated, they call us non-believers. So there's an Eastern Rite Catholics. The Eastern Rite Catholics, they are within the Orthodox, that came in within the Orthodox Church. And now, believe it or not, Ethiopia has a Catholic Pope that communicates with the Roman Pope. If we say no, it's going to be no. And it took 30 years to make the Pope in Vatican that we are the first Christians. And he cannot oppose us. And we said we Ethiopians, we've been 30 years, 3,000 years independent, and we have the rights. We ask for the rights, and we have an Ethiopian Pope, Catholic Pope, residing in Addis year after year. Nobody came against the Catholic Church in Europe versus in Ethiopia. So we're called Eastern Rite Catholics. In fact, we're influencing a lot of changes in the Catholic system. We are the first. Nobody can take that away from Ethiopia. At the time, we was never being recognized as Christian, but we were the first one that accepted Christianity. And we have everything to prove it. Everything. After 1,100 years, you come in and say, oh, we just discovered Christianity. It didn't discover jack shit. It was there with the Ethiopian people. Why do you think Ethiopia was independent for 3,000 years? Why not being colonized? Does anybody question that? Why? Why we were not colonized? Why we were not influenced by others? We're defiant because we got the truth. We'll be defiant all the way to the end of the universe. And we are protected. Yes, we're going to suffer just like anybody else on all the political issue, social issue, with everything. But question that. Why is it 3,000 years? That's a long time. That's a long time. And it is with Christianity and Muslim, and as well other religion within the country. That's when you're going to have to find out why. Why is it? That's my key question. But I have answers. But my answers are my personal answers.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't want to deviate from the discussion we have. We can talk about it in another discussion when it comes deeper and deeper in certain discussion. Why Ethiopia is 3,000 years old, independent, altogether.
Yeah, that's an interesting question.
We are the center of the Christianity. We're the center of Muslim.
Yeah. Okay. That's yeah.
Jonathan, yes, we have a Catholic Pope in Ethiopia.
Yeah, definitely. That's a good discussion for the time. But if I was going to, you put a point earlier, Biggie, that we should not worship men, right? That African, but now why do Africans, since we're asking the whys today, why do Africans worship men? Like, why is it that we put all
Being
our...
desperate, when you're desperate in any living in Africa, okay, sometimes we lose guidance, our inheritance. When you have a spiritual issue, you have spiritual guidance. You don't refer to those people. It's not about voodoo men or in any medicine men. It's about the spiritual people that you are really have recognition that you can go and discuss this personal matter. But if you don't have anybody that can hear you, you gotta say, okay, you went to church and you discussed with the priest. The priest said, okay, we're gonna do this, and oh, I don't believe that. Oh, I'm gonna check the other side. You're gonna keep on bouncing to have this immediate gratification that, oh, I found somebody. But are you sure? Or are you just pleasing yourself on a personal level? We men, we tend to disarray ourselves for our own need, for whatever that is important at the question that you're questioning, and having an answer. Oh, I found someone. Have you ever heard that experience? Oh, I found someone that can fix this. But really, when you go to the person, he's gonna say, no, 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 not me. Now you're talking about legal stuff. We go to the legal guy. So we have, as human, we have personal gratification. The first answer you get, oh, I got it. It's gonna be that way. Oh, now I gotta get this priest. That's really promoting it being a sexual object. So be it. Because you know what? I gotta find a solution because they told me so. So the networking, the way things are going within Africa, we tend to forget who you are as human. You gotta stop and stop breathing. Don't go on the hype. Your question might be legal issue. Your question might be health. First, identify what you're seeking before you jump and say, okay, I'm going to follow this religious person. He does miracle and everything. But he's not in your mindset. It's not within your emotion. You don't match.
So, Biggie, can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Why is it so easy for us to throw all of our beliefs, our grandmothers, our grandfathers, our fathers, our mothers, our ancestors, to the ground to follow something that you don't even know anything about? And then that we make that our gospel truth.
Guess what? They knew what they're living on their lives, the experiences, and what worked best for them. And they would pass it on throughout the generation. And I admire this grandmother that said, look out for people that are proud of their power, health, and money, wealth. They're so proud they can live forever, and they live like they're gonna live forever. They say, watch out for these people. Then she never added about religion or anything else, because within this three things, if you follow a man or woman that can give you a solution, they're hypocrite. And it makes you hypocrite, because that information you're going to pass it on to other. By the time you're done, it multiplies in the 100,000s. Millions will be misguided. In today's age that we have internet, the old day was very limited. So and so knows, because that's your Google guy, because there's no internet. but they refer to one another as human beings in a community, even for your own health. You say, who's the best doctor that knows about diabetic, or who's the best doctor that's going to be on blood pressure? Guess what? That's history now, right? Because it's normal now. People have diabetic issue, they have blood pressure, everything in health that you really say, oh, now there's specialists all over, right? Because they want to cash in on that specific weakness of human beings. We humans, we have to first start breathing. I always say the first thing is, when you hear something shocking, you got to stop everything, stop taking a deep breath 3 times by holding one nose. Through one nose, you inhale, you exhale out with everything you got. And that keeps you grounded to yourself, because you're in a position to make a decision which way you're going to go, religious way or the scientific way, whatever that you're going to go. Our problem is we're confusing religion and our own personal being that's been given to us as if we were the way we're going to think within the grounded state and how we're going to be going forward while you're living in this earth. BJ, Marianne, everybody in here, Montezi, Carrasco, will live a certain time in life. We are here on this panel trying to discuss so many other things. And Sanuye, she said, if you comment about it, but I'm trying to say, when it comes to a deep understanding, there's nobody that can understand yourself than yourself. I don't care how much you went on confession, even the priest cannot figure it out, because that was temporary. But that human being has his own wisdom and freedom, because you've been created such. And we have the whole world to collaborate. Sometimes we humans, we have own issues, mental issues. How about the handicap, the mental issue? All these people that are born around us is to make us aware. And how can we help? It's about gift. When we are born in this world, it's like a gift. Do the best you can. Live your life to the fullest. Dream big. The universe is your shopping center. It's not just a window shopping. This is how much, whether you believe in Christianity, Quran, Buddhism, name it. But I know the Creator gave us all that benefit that you are able to feel, sense, live within.
Thank you, Biggie. Yeah. Also, let me also try to give maybe another perspective to answer you, BJ. I think in Kenya, the first schools were missionary schools. These are maybe what they call formal education. Although I don't like that label of formal and informal education. I think, but that's what the first schools were, missionary schools. And so to teach you to read and write and stuff like that, you had to convert into Christianity. So they created a society in which the Christians were the bourgeoisie, became the bourgeoisie. The African Christian converts became the bourgeoisie, or the wealthy generation. And you can see it even in Kenya now. This type of is it schizophrenia or a bipolar? There's a bipolar nature in Kenya. Maybe you can see that some Kenyans, especially in the upper class, they suffer from this. Find Kenyans having like a British accent, and or just that type of thing. That there is there's something wrong. You can just tell that there's something wrong. And then there's the Kenyan and you can even see the Kenyan that looks down on African tradition as witchcraft, or or just as in things that are not Christian. So you find that this education began maybe in the colonial era, where Africans were just the upper class of Africans. If you wanted to get a formal education, you had, and you wanted to succeed in that European society that was colonized European society, you had to become a Christian. So that is how we dropped our religion. It's not really that we dropped our religion. I think majority kept it, but the upper class and the ruling class had to drop it to become the upper class. So now you have this situation right now where I don't know. Now I don't know how that comes and explains the situation right now. Probably if I'm going to attempt to explain it, I think this bipolar, it's a lot of energy. I feel like because you have the duality in Africans where, like I said, you believe in God, but sometimes you go to the medicine. Like this was happening in the 60s. And like when Africans pray, they pray to their traditional gods. Like when you say, when I see when people pray to, like, maybe to Nyasai. Nyasai is a traditional god, but they will pray it in a church. They will pray to Nyasai in a church, you know. So yeah, there is that.
Monetezi.
Yeah?
I'm sorry to interfere, but you have the sound behind. It seems like you got a diesel engine running.
It stopped now, though.
No, because he muted.
Oh.
Monetezi. Hello?
We're still here.
We're still here, right?
Yeah.
Oh, he said, keep going, I'll fix it.
Okay.
So anyway, there was one key word one key word that he asked, right? And I can relate to him because they're so-called missionaries, okay? Missionary. Even the word, you know, when I come in a country, a strange country, and I'm going to say, I'm a missionary, okay? And then the quick question is, what mission? You know, to teach you about Christ. I've never seen any missionary that's going to come to Africa and say, I'm going to teach you about Quran. You understand? Ain't no such thing. Or a Buddhist that's going to, I'm missionary, you know, I'm going to teach you about, but the term missionary, you are on a mission. It's just like, you know, in India, I'm going to pick a country outside the African continent. India has about 80,000 engineers that graduate every year. People with the MBA working on different, it's not in their field, trying to survive. But at the same time, we have these missionaries that go to different places, and as a mission, the first thing they do is harvesting. It's harvesting. Whether you're in India, any other country than the West Side, they harvest the human resource. They'll tell them about studying engineering, study about geography, history. And those kids, as a young age, they suck on the information, what the missionary wants out of them. If it was in the name of Christ, they would teach them how Christ lived. But instead, they put their little pepper and salt to make it tastier and bring them in and will them into their own way. And the next thing you know, they select the top scorers and they send them to their country to have a higher education. It's harvesting our talent. It's been done for hundreds of years. And so when you say missionary, they are on a mission. Are they in the mission of Christ? I don't think so. Who fund the missionaries? And again, like I said, follow the money. I have the opportunity to speak on this panel. Hey, it is what it is. You're on a mission. Why don't they say, I'm on a Christ mission? I'm a missionary from Christ. No, it's an envelope. Missionaries.
You know, and Biggie, just like my sub teacher told me years ago, religion is based upon a society. Most societies are not based upon religion. So if we
It's
understand
personal.
that, we
It's
know the
personal.
agenda is of the society and not of God.
Yeah, even the society that I have is Muslim and Christian. And for us, I celebrate when it comes to Eid. They come into when it comes to Christmas, because it's within the Quran and it's within the Bible. So we respect each other mutually for what we understand on the celebration comes. So this is one of the things that, from where I'm at, not from the U.S. aspect of it, when I'm in the country, it's always been taught that religion is personal. Tomorrow, you're going to go and say, I'm going to be in a voodoo lifestyle. Nobody's going to hold you up. But at the same time, they're going to keep an eye on you. You understand? Everybody protect their sects of religion. The Muslim will do the same thing. The Christian will do the same thing. You can believe in a tree. Can you imagine it? If you say, oh, me, Biggie, I can heal everybody. Can you imagine the flock that I'm going to have in my house? And I only have to prove one. And I got to find me the best actor that I can put. But at the same time also, I can have the real truth. But people, when they are desperate, they'll go anywhere to make the wish come true. This is unfortunate. And that's what I said from the beginning, do not trust men and women for that fact. And it says in the Bible, as far as I'm concerned, including the Quran, and even the Torah. It's there. But again,
Biggie, I want not to interrupt you, but
no, go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't lose my train of thought. You said something profound about your experience in the hospital. I want to point out that now this is what we're talking about when we talk about spirituality, and it's your personal connection with source or whatever you worship. And now that is, I think, I feel beyond survival and the competence that we try to get on the physical plane as human beings. That's the next thing. That's the next level, that we have a connection with something higher than us. Now, unfortunately, with religion, this is there's a contrast. Now, if I am a pastor and people come and they're dropping tithes, they're dropping the offerings, and so on and so forth. And if for some reason I have the truth with me, if I have some method I can teach them to be able to connect with that higher self or higher being or God, whatever you call it, at the end of the day, they'll stop coming to me because now they can do that on their own. But if I keep them feeling that I am the go-between, then they have to keep coming with me. So for me, I like that you pointed that out, but for me, this is my fundamental problem with religion. Religion should be able to let people go when they have outgrown religion, because it's an evolutionary process. But religion, especially when you are a corrupt pastor, when you are a pastor who just you want to buy a jet, you want to have the good things in life, you're not going to want the next person to have that connection with their creator. You want them to always come through you, and that's what I just wanted to say about that.
I agree with you. Definitely. You know, we're living in this world, you know, that things are evolving and our scriptures, whatever the era that being created, is evolving, is changing. We have no authority or any changes except those that's gonna be making money out of it. They're gonna evolve with it. It's not new, okay? It's not new for us for the evolving human society. The confusion is about religion and as well being spiritual life that you have because you are within flesh and as well there's a higher spirit in you. That's why we humans, whether you're atheist or anything, we know deep down there's something while you're talking to yourself between you and your physical aspect of it. There's another one that gives you a different idea. Say, no, both of you are wrong. This is how it goes. It is our own psyche, our own built-in correctiveness to correct mistakes or to endorse on our ideas. And it depends on what situation, what lifestyle you're living. It can guide you through different ways in life. But the whole thing about our existence, is to live it to the best you can, to the straight road that you can really achieve your mission on earth. Because me, as being the oldest, I have representation in my family as being the oldest. Okay? And that hierarchy is like, yes, you know, if anything, I passed, let's say, even though my dearest brother passed, at the same time, between me and the next sibling, we have this tightness about it. We have this understanding, a mutual understanding, spiritually and as well as a guidance that can put us through this loss without grief and move on to the next level. Because you know what? Our life has no guarantee, but it has a warranty. We don't just live this earth once. Whatever the belief that you have, you know there's a separation of the two. The body stays and the rest goes somewhere else. I don't want to put influence. From me, I understand the way things is going to happen. And I've been given that gift. But at the same time, I'm not going to put that influence in here. Because I cannot interfere on the free will, the way I was born, the way I've been gifted. I praise what I praise. And my praise is for Xavier. But again, people have different beliefs. But if I'm asked, this is what I believe. There's more that I experience in my life that I want the youth, the African youth, to understand. You're free to do whatever you want to do. Respect what you have around you. Respect the resource that you have. It is only available when you respect it. If not, you'll be depleted of what you're trying to harvest. It's not religion. Religion makes it so difficult for Africans to move around or to get out of it and move toward perspective, healthy. prosperous, peaceful life. The religion, again, is just the fact it is called religion. We African can be victim of what we follow, even though there's the predominant religion out there. I advise you to take a deep breath before you take a decision, before you go to the voodoo doctor, to Christianity, to a Muslim, or any other. You have a built-in information as long as you calm yourself and make irrational decision. Monatezi, did he join us? I know he was gonna reset that. Okay. Marie Antoinette, what do you think?
No, I agree with what you've said. I'm just reflecting at the moment on how do we get ourselves out. You know, right now I see us as being a bit stuck, you know. I'm sorry to say, but whenever someone makes a constructive criticism of things happening in the church, it's always, there's always a backlash by people who should know better. If one really cares about the church, one wouldn't want to see things going terribly wrong and everyone must remain silent. But I have noticed that is exactly what the people in my parents' generation do. And there's no reasoning with them. And I think that is the root of my frustration, that we are not allowed to make constructive criticism because we actually care, not because we want to destroy the church. We care. That's why we're taking the time to analyze what is going on in the church in the first place. If I didn't care, believe me, I would just see things going wrong. I wouldn't say a word. I would focus on something else. There are lots of other things I could be doing. Reading medical journals. But when I take the time to analyze things in the church and make constructive criticism, there is always backlash by that generation. And I have to say, if do they really care about the church? Do they really care? Their way of showing their care is very, very different from mine. Anytime an institution silences criticism, do you know what happens? It silently bleeds people. There is a quiet exodus out of the institution. And that is what we are seeing because their generation has been silencing criticism.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I agree with you, Marie Antoinette. Exactly. The criticism actually becomes very personal. And people get destroyed through that process. And they've been destroyed for a long time. Even if you're going to take in the context, just when you look at it, even while Jesus was alive, and the way they used the temple, and he got angry. And in our understanding, is the Son of God. He is God.
Yes.
And he got pissed off. And he just kind of went crazy in that temple. So let's look at just that point. There's a free will that I'm talking about, right?
Yes.
So your free will supposed to act outside the sacred temple. You see?
Yes.
He didn't say, do not do this, do that, this, in the temple. So what the teaching is, whatever you do, you have the free will, but not in the house of the Father, the Creator. Why? Because he's differentiating our physical being in a physical life and a spiritual life. So we move in both spiritual and physical term to make it equal. And it cannot work as two different entities in one. The only thing that puts you together is the soul. No, it's not your soul, it's your spirit. We are within reflective of our being. We live in this world in a way to reflect our spiritual being and as well our physical being. And in between, can you imagine how many people get confused?
Yes.
And even me, with all the blessing I have, with all the greatness that he gave me, there are questions, but the questions are so answered so quickly because I really decipher certain things in my life. And one of the things that I've been given from my ancestral lessons are religions are personal, because my blood brother, my cousin, might be Muslim or he can follow anything. But me and him on this physical world, we're the same. We're equal. We respect each other. He gets a goat, and when he blesses it, he said, Bismillahi. I get the goat, I say, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And he will eat with me. That goat has no problem with that. Nor my cousin. So religion became so religion because of the desperate measure that a human being makes. Desperate measure. He can be Christian, he will go to the mosque seeking for answers. He can go to the voodoo doctor. He can go to the devil as far as I'm concerned. And so, being desperate on this physical earth, as human, you have to respect the free will that you've been given, and nobody's supposed to be criticizing you.
Yeah. One of the reasons people who are Christians seek other wisdom, from other areas, is because we are searching for what we lost, the things that were removed from the sacred text, such as whatever it was that Solomon did. People are searching for that, to get that wisdom and knowledge back. And so that is one of the reasons that they do all this type of exploration. It's that they're seeking.
Absolutely. They're seeking. And the number one thing that we always said, do not trust men. Do not trust basically another fellow man. You have to do your own diligent time before the time comes when you need something. It's something that we have to understand. We have a built-in information system, and that we can seek to it, not in a language that commonly used, but a common language within thyself. Within yourself, you have a common language that can put you through the understanding of being. We can be so scared that the little ant, you can drop her from 300 feet. When she reached down, she survived. You drop somebody for 300 feet, the survival meaning might not exist. It's the weight we carry. It's the weight we have spiritually carry, and as well the physical mass that we carry, mass and density. And when he drop from that kind of height, he might not survive. But the ants will survive.
Yeah.
So these are the things that we have to really understand and pass the word for the new generation of African children. If I'm going to pass on, I want to pass on the right information. That they have a built-in information system. It's just how to seek it. It's not about religion. Because when you define energy, you cannot destroy it. And you're already an energy entity with a flesh. That your energy is already put together because of the energy that you have. Because you know what? When that energy is gone, you're 6 feet under. And it doesn't say religion when they bury you. You're dead. You have to understand that. This is what the information we have to pass on. When you live the best you can. And when you die, whether you like it or not, accept it. In fact, accept death before you even arrive. It's okay. It didn't start with you. These are the basics. I don't have to add religion to it. You're born naked. When you die, maybe be buried with a wrap of clothes, if there's a cloth. If not, you're going to be buried naked the way you came in. So, is it important for us as Africans to move forward for a better Africa? Is the question. When the religion comes, is it something that we're all going to be anticipating to answer to the religion or to your existence? You are born free of everything. You're so free, you're born naked. He didn't put clothes on you when you come out. The only thing that covers you is your own skin. So ask about religion once you understand how you were born. I just took over a little bit of time, but Carrasco.
Okay, I
Any
would.
comment?
Yeah, I listen to you guys, and I want to say this, and I want to speak because I always try to, take a balanced view of stuff and of matters. I want to look at things from the both sides. So, for instance, now I'll use Christianity because I have a little bit of affinity to it. I understand it a little more, even though I am not Christian in the sense that Christians believe that they are Christians. I would say this, that religion, however, does play an important part, because where would people go with their families on a Sunday and maybe once in the week, during the week? And where would they go to hone their singing skills? Where would they go to socialize in a children-friendly atmosphere where they feel safe? So, yes, I think religion plays some vital roles in in community. Like, I don't know how it was in the past really, but what I see in contemporary Africa, religion, most of your friends, you meet them, you meet many friends from church, you meet mentors at the church, and so it does serve some social good. But then on the other side, it then profers to be, it claims to be the origin of spirituality and also morality. And while we know that if morality, if a society is moral, if morality stood on its own and a society remains moral, that society will flourish as well. And then spirituality is something I think at, at the base of it, basically it's between you and your creator. It's like a natural connection and that you can have. So another, though I'm not for religion because I just taking out, for me I've taken out because I don't go to church, so I don't need the socialization part of it. But I've taken out morality out of it and spirituality, and I use it on my own terms. But on the other side, as much as I dislike religion or the structure of it as it is, I do admit that it does hold, a social importance. And if we, and for us to move forward as Africa, we have to either reform it if we don't want to get rid of it totally, because it does have some significance. It has to be reformed, or because if you one thing I found, once people, at least in the beginning, once people leave religion, many of them return. Many of them don't know where to go. They don't know what to do with their Sundays. They don't know what to do with their weekdays, and they don't know where to get some of that camaraderie and socialization. And so they might, I would rather have somebody go to church twice in a day than go, spend the weekend in just drinking and wasting, destroying their health and so on and so forth. So I just want to put that out there, that on the other hand, religion does, have some important role it plays in even African society.
Okay, let me put it this way, okay? I don't want to be talking so much of the aspect of the way things are written, but all encounters, any religion text, it's a logbook. Some people say, oh, it's written by men. Well, who else going to write it?
There's
Because
some background noise. Sorry, Biggie.
yes, I got the wind around here.
Okay, all right.
I'm going to get closer and try. Let me see if I can eliminate that noise. Can you hear me now? Is it better?
No, maybe it's not coming from you.
Okay. How about now?
It's still there though.
All right. Okay. Always there's something that interfere when I say certain things, and whatever that is. How can you do you hear me now? Better?
Yeah. It's fine now.
Okay. Everything that we live in this physical plane, okay, we're born, and we are, that I'm even discussing this time right here, this moment, that we bring in this kind of information. And when it comes to the text that's being written, there are logbooks, but at the same time, they're holy logbooks, because at the time when they start writing from Genesis and through Moses all the way through here now, including all three religions, okay, and they all follow through it and understood until today, meaning the 21st century, we have questions, right? Am I correct?
Yes. Yeah.
So that means if there's a question, for that question, we seek answers. And within the answers that we seek, not this one is going to be according to my own book. You just lived, you know, maybe whatever the years that you can live. You can be 100 years old, and you can question that. You're still questioning it. This thing has been there, what, over 3,000 years. It's been there. Nobody questioned it because the churches and the mosque and everything else was so adamant this information cannot be discussed among the followers. If you don't follow, you get executed. This is the years of the 21st century that we are able to talk about the Bible, about the Torah, about the Quran, and as well the Buddhism, all these other religions. This is the right time to question it, but at the same time, it's all spiritual. If you cannot join within the spiritual realm and you read it to literally what's written, oh, this doesn't exist in this century. It does exist. Search. It does exist. The examples, the writings. Yes, it's a human being that wrote them under the influence of the Creator. This is where the puzzle comes, and it comes to the Noah time when Xavier decided to say, and you took me for granted. He flooded it. He flooded and flushed everything. Start all over again. Do you have control on that? Do we have control on that? Let's say some earthquake comes. Do you have control? You have fire that started. Do you have control? Are we going to stick to the biblical or the Quran, the Torah side, or the Buddhism that you say, oh, you know what? I'm just going to practice this and this. This thing is going to go away. No. We got to stop thinking individualism. If you start thinking individual, you're lost because you have no connection to earth, to the sea, to the heavens. And that's what they're trying to promote right now. Why suddenly change of mind? Why suddenly we're going to have this, all the question that comes? Because you're going to live your single life, you and I, myself. You become just as selfish as you can be. And those missionaries, they all come in, they're on a mission. Oh, okay, good. And we're going to give you this opportunity. You get snatched. This is the life we live right now. It's for us to be aware what kind of life it is and how to change. Let's not get stuck in religion because the religion is going to get us stuck with everybody's single-minded belief. We want to go forward. We're blessed. Everybody that listens, everybody that comments, everybody that is on panel, we are blessed that we have this opportunity to discuss these matters. And it's our responsibility for the next generation to move on with our religion. Don't get hung up on religion. Do the best you can to excel, to help another human being. And specifically, since we are talking about the continent, let's live our life in thinking and how we're going to go forward. Religion, if you look at the Western world, they went through it 500 years ago. When Newton is trying to convince about gravity, the first thing he did was learn everything about the Bible and how he can find the weakness of the church and become part of it. Some of them didn't make it because they never went through the Bible, and they just went heads on and they got destroyed. So we got history about religions, the destruction of a mankind, because so-called religion, and also promoting religion being non-believers. The first thing I say to everybody, believe in yourself, trust yourself. You got an instinct. If you cannot, breathe 3 times deeper as you can until you find the light. You almost die, and when you stop breathing 3 times deep breathing, you'll find yourself. Let's not hang up on religion issues. It gets so frustrating. You pray and you didn't get it, it doesn't mean you're going to blame the religion. It's your own hard work. At the end of the day, who matters? You. When he created you individually. He didn't say, I'm going to multiply you 10 times. He didn't clone you. He specifically created you in STEM on earth. It's up to you to make the best out of it. If we say religion is dividing, religion is doing this and everything else, we'll never get out of it. It's been happening for 2,000 years? Religion conflict. We have to understand that we are created individually to work collectively and network. BJ, any comment?
Yeah, wait, thank you, Biggie. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry for disappearing for a while over there. I was trying to deal with the noise. But yeah, I think you have listened to you guys and you've spoken some very poignant points. Yeah, but I think we're going to have to maybe have one final round of people. So then next, I've seen the questions in the comment section.
There's a lot of questions. I cannot handle it. It's too much question. Sam, Jonathan, Sanuti. Oh my God! I cannot answer everything that I see I know. I can. Even I try to answer as much blanketed way, but you guys are, our commentators are very, 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 very hard to answer everything. Sam, thank you very much, though, for supporting and as well, Sanuti. I can see it, and Samira also. Really, Montezi, it's your show. I try to maintain it as much as I can because from the questions that arise, Maria Antoinette did the same thing, and Roscoe did that. It's your show.
Yeah. Thank you guys for being there, even if my short technical issues, but yeah, thank you for maintaining. And I posted a book called The Wretched of the Earth, Franz Fanon. I'm actually going to read it this week. And let me see. Yeah, I think that's the book. We'll probably continue this conversation next week now, but now we're going to be exploring the mind of the colonized African. And, we get going full into the mental and philosophies. And, these books, I actually found out about these books, I think 3 days ago, something. They're very good. This guy's a very good author. He's in France. I don't know if you've heard of him, but he wrote about Algeria. He actually wrote about Kenya. And it gives a very good insight about the mind of the colonized African. And it gives you why, and it tries to answer those questions that we were asking today. So yeah, I think next week we probably look at the philosophy of taboos, African taboos. I think you guys also should go and check out, read about it, maybe come back and have a very interesting conversation about the taboos you had in your cultures, and and we discussed what the philosophy was about them, and what was the what was the philosophy behind them, and why were they existing, and how they were the importance to society. So yeah, let me give a final round to my sister BJ. Final thoughts.
The thing is, we make things more complicated than there is. And then my thing was always, if things get too complicated, you got to start looking at it and questioning it. God lives within us. He talks to each and every one of us. Our conscience is there to guide us to do right and to warn us about doing wrong. When you start looking at the way society is, and if like you go to church and the pastor is touching you, that's wrong. I don't care what planet you're on. That's wrong. You cannot justify that in any kind of shape or form. And if a religion is telling you that's right, that's not a religion of God. Now you can keep going and putting your $5 in the plate, but do not bring God's name into it. He don't play with us about that. We know our societies want us to conform. It's to their benefit. I get that. But at the detriment of your morality, it's not worth it.
Is Monotezi there?
Yeah. Oh, I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah. Maria Antoinette, what are your final thoughts?
I just have a short comment. I've noticed that many of the very authoritarian members of church leadership like to use the verse Galatians 6:7 a lot, which says, "Do not be deceived. God is not to be mocked. Whatever a man sows, he will reap in return." And it is ironic that they like this verse so much and use it as something to beat the flock with, when many of them, their behavior is the greatest mockery of God that we are seeing. And that is why many people in my generation have abandoned the church altogether. Not me, I have not abandoned the church, but the empty pews in churches belong to millennials and Gen Zs. So I am appealing to those in the generation that currently holds most of the power in the church to be mindful of their actions and to be mindful of the fact that the people coming up now in my generation and the people after me have very analytical minds, and the things that were swept under the rug and justified before can no longer be justified. Be ever mindful of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria Antoinette. Yeah. What about my brother Carrasco?
Thank you. What I like to say is this: religion has to be like some other pursuits in life. And science is a very good example. Personally, I do believe that many pursuits, once you have an open mind and you're being truthful, many pursuits they tend to become more spiritual as you go. Even if you're a mathematician, if you learn higher mathematics, you start to understand that it is pointing to an absolute and a creator, a source. And so science does this in a good way, that it gets rid of its garbage, and then new knowledge is added, and it gets rid once it discovers something new, it gets rid of the old, and so it continues to be relevant. If you're in religion today and you want to keep it forever, notice that the Egyptians had religions that died out. Many religions have come and have gone, and yours will also at some point, I know many people don't want to hear that, your religion might, might die, will die, or end up, or will transform, metamorphose into something else. So therefore, I think this way that religion deals with itself, like it's like it has a weak point in itself. It's like it's a person who has a saw on their back, and when they are playing on their side, they don't want you to touch that because they will come undone. Religion tries to protect what it feels would make it undone, but the new generation, they're not buying that. I once asked one of these new guys, Gen Z, I don't know what you call them, but the ones that were born after 2000 or so, I asked him that, are you more important than the book? And he said, no. Is the book more important than you, or are you more? He said he's more important than the book. Then I thought I maybe underestimated these guys. These guys know something, and that is the truth. Your soul, ultimately at its highest point, has all this knowledge, all the wisdom inside of it. So at its highest, it is greater than it's greater than the expressions of these books, what they try to express in some limited form. For the fact that I have to go and get so many books, and as like Marie Antoinette said, the reason Christians look outside is because they're trying to get some other books that were taken out or put in one of the Nicene meetings, Anyway, so the thing is this: religion has to come to terms with its own possible death. Not possible, but it will happen, and then it either decides to increase its lifespan by allowing the youth to be to cater for the youth by allowing them to question certain things and answer those questions, or else it's not going to go away. It's not going to last long. However, on the other hand, as I stated earlier, that it does have a important socializing factor. So I don't know what the leaders of religions are going to do today, because recently I watched something about Muslims, and the imams are also complaining about what they call apostasy, mass apostasy in their religion. This is just a function of not letting people question stuff. People are becoming smarter nowadays, and they are going to question stuff. So therefore, religion, reform, and run the risk of turning into something new or going obsolete, or still face your ultimate destiny, which is going obsolete. That's it for me.
Thank you, Carrasco. Those are deep points you've made. But my brother Biggie, any final thoughts?
Well, I guess I almost put my heart and my soul into it on this discussion, and really, Marie Antoinette, BJ, Grasco, you all hit the core about religion, and also people that take advantage of the weak because of religion too. In general, we have to think to go forward. We have so much history within the continent. We can talk about it. Same year that went by, 1,000 years to talk about. We don't have that kind of luxury. We don't have that kind of time. One key point is that when it comes to the mass, don't worry about it. When it comes to you personally, whatever issue that you might have, it might be your child, your uncle, your cousin, don't just get shocked and scared. Like Carrasco said, we have a built-in system. We're created with 5 billion cells or more. As we go forward in life, we keep dropping those cells because we don't use them. We're the most powerful creatures that ever took place on earth. We have dominion over everything that you see from earth to heaven. Our understanding within the creation for you being here, your present situation. Do not fear. This is my message. Do not fear. You have a built-in system. It doesn't require the religion aspect of it. The problem is if you start mocking people, religion, you're going to pay for it 100-fold while you're living on earth. Mind your business. Religion is personal. The minute that you start entangling yourself on other people's business and you didn't take care of your own business, that you have the ability to deal with your business and mocking other people's religion, 100-fold you'll pay for it. Guaranteed. I know that's all. Because this earth, you're either going to live in synchronous with its own attitude and spiritual attitude, or else you're going to be withdrawn 6 feet under. Respect yourself before you respect somebody else. When you start respecting yourself, understand what respect means within your own self. That means you behave the way you want to behave. Demonstrate that you are a big brother, big sister, to help that are others that are weak. Those that goes to the voodoo place, whatever that you think is wrong, and if it is righteous, step in. Make it happen. It's your duty. I told you, all Africans that live in the continent and outside the continent, whatever you might live in, it's your duty to help your brothers and sisters. Don't come in vain like you're smart as everything else. Don't come hard on them. They have a lot more going on the ground. Don't come with a religious thing. Do not crucify them like Jesus was crucified. In the name of Jesus, coming in and trying to determine how they're going to live and how they will, then you are a missionary for me. You have a mission to accomplish. But to help those that are on the ground, it's our responsibility, accountability. We Africans has to come together before religion. We're supposed to live a continent with no borders. If the continent is with no borders, there's no religion that's going to stop you. If you really put your mind on how to have the happy living African life, drop the religion. It's not about religion. When we live in harmony, when we start helping one another with no discrimination among ourselves and living the life that the people need to live, and we are harmonious to what we deliver, it's not about religion. It's something that comes above. That means you respect it. the law of the universe. Our existence is brief. If you're going to believe in power, if you're going to believe your health is good than anybody else, and at the same time you paying attention to your wealth, that you can buy anything, your life is short. And it's not fulfilling because you're going to need more. Power, as you see it worldwide, there's nobody on this planet that says, I have the power and I am the best there is. All of them fight for that power to rule the world. Because the 21st century is how much can you rule? Is it new? It's very familiar though. You look at the Roman Empire, Ottoman Empire, everybody that has the power at the time trying to rule the world. Even Hitler wanted to rule the world. In our own century, 19th century, not that far. So we have to be very careful. We, as Africans, want to pass on the baton to the next generation, is harness them more than the religion, is the collaboration and care among themselves and be peace among themselves. It's nobody that's teaching peace nowadays. Everybody glorify war. Everybody glorify the opposite. But we as Africans, we should promote peace and how to exercise peace without the religion. Because we have a built-in system within ourselves. You know what's right and what's wrong.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Thank you.
Sorry
Thank you,
about that.
Biggie,
I
for
was
the words.
sneezing and coughing, so I just had to mute.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. Yeah, thank you for your words of wisdom. And yeah, thank you for everybody. Thank you everybody for coming and joining the conversation. Next week we'll go deeper into all this in the psychology of I think I've already told you the philosophy behind taboos, and also we'll also answer some of these questions that you've been asking today. I'll actually look at, I think we'll answer them also next week. So yeah, I hope you guys get tuned into this topic because I really want us to dive into the mental space of Africans, especially those who seem not to be behaving or not to be in the theme of unification or working against the general good of society. It's good to know what's happening in their minds and how did we get here, and also trying to look at what is the philosophies of our past, because sometimes we really we fall for the Western propaganda that we didn't have philosophies, or we didn't have philosophers, or all these other things that we began thinking when they came. But no, I think. Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
yes.
Yeah.
We hear you.
Oh yeah. So yeah, that's the thing. That we began thinking when they came, but no, I think we had our plenty of philosophies before colonization, and it's good to explore these things and understand the situation the African is here. Why, especially the good question you asked, BJ. Why is the African really dropping off all his culture and his beliefs and are just adopting a new one like that? We need to make sense out of that too, right? So yeah. So let me pray and we can call it a wrap, right?
Yeah,
So,
one thing down, one thing before the wrap. Okay. Monetizing.
yeah,
You can hear me, right?
yeah, I can hear you.
You know, one of the things that before we all do the wrap for it, I just put it on the screen. You know, we've been looking at, I'm looking at the 4,000 by the end of this week when it comes to the Swahili Nation One Africa office. I just want, you know, our discussion right now, what really made the best of it is was no religion, no doubt, with everything, with all the missions and all the hard work of what Mika is trying to achieve, and as well with his vision and his support. I want to put this in real time. First of all, I want to thank everybody that puts every cent that they can put to create our Swahili Nation One Africa office. This office is really important for our discussion that we're having right now in our family. And we know exactly, I always said, I don't need the whole Africa diaspora to come to this, but it's their duty, as much as you and I, BJ, and everybody on this panel, Sam, on the same thing. It's a very, very important mission because this is our mission, and our mission is very clear. We talked about missionary. Guess what? We are on a mission. Our mission is to build this One Africa office. And I cannot tell you, I mean, I know our family. I know we pass certain information. And in fact, this is what I was saying for our commentators, our panels, is that please text yourself the GoFundMe page. And when you interact with a person that you believe is going to donate, copy and paste it in your messaging and send it to the person that you are interacting with. He will have it in his text box, because GoFundMe has different ways of doing. And believe me, if my mind tells me correctly, my emotion is there, and I'm in a motion to make it happen. And that motion, I need your prayer, I need your support, I need your mind. Like I said, you don't have to tell anybody about us, about our mission, what we're trying to accomplish, our vision, our mission. I don't need donation. I don't need anything but your pure heart and your mind and your emotion being one for us as a family to be successful in this mission of the unity of One Africa. It's just imperative that we need to have this going, because this is just the beginning. We just scratched it. We just started it. We're discussing so many important things throughout 7 days a week, and we're going to put value to it. Our value is how important it is to coexist and live harmoniously without the religion divides. We're not here, as you all know it, my family. And I know our family that are commentating live, they know every day what we discuss about. Their participation is outstanding. Your support is outstanding. But again, we're going to have to share it for the rest of Africa and diasporas, what it means to have our own office, our representation, our voice. And I will tell everyone and every single of you that have been contributing for this mission. We are on a mission for One Africa. And this is going to happen from the bottom up. We spend so much time together. We go through our own education, our own way of communicating, and we all are harmonious on this platform. Again, may Xavier repay you hundredfold in your health, in your prosperity, in your wealth, your children, grandchildren. In the name of Xavier, I bless you. And I mean it from the bottom of my soul. Go past the word, because this is the best thing that's going to happen in Africa. We're strong. We will support our continent to be unified in every border from west to east, north, south, central. We'll have that unity. I might not see it, but you know what? I might if I work hard enough. Maybe I did not work hard enough. Let's try it together. Then my work will be simplified. My mind and my emotion are one in the name of Xavier. Thank you for listening to me.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Biggie. And also thank you, Senuti, for that wonderful, generous contribution. Yeah, it means a lot, and it will do a lot of, it's a good step towards the office, right? So
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So yeah, let me begin with the prayer. Then yeah, let me pray. Heaven, spiritual Father, thank you for this wonderful congregation of like-minded Africans, united by the mere aim of uniting our own people. Bless us with good health and good living as we project our intentions towards the universe. May our prayer be answered. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Amen. And at the same time, I always have my prayers for Marie Antoinette and family. Keep her in your thoughts strongly. Ask him. You shall heal her very soon. Because again, this is one of the things where people go in the desperate moment, the desperate times. But for Marie Antoinette, she stands with Xavier, and Xavier, may he heals her. She's the voice that we hear every day. So family, I want you to deeply close your eyes. Think of Marie Antoinette in the healing process. And I'm asking you, not just because it's somebody that ask for prayer, it is somebody in our family that's spoken on every move that we all need to achieve. Keep her in your mind. Just like I said, eat, breathe, Africa. Eat, breathe, sleep, Marie Antoinette. The same thing. Keep her in your prayer. Our strength is together. Very few of us, and we know who Marie Antoinette is, for what she says, her wisdom, her care is very important. For me, I see that. I feel her. And I pray for her in the name of Xavier. And we have others that ask for prayers. I want Mika also need the prayers so he can get the strength, our support in our mind, in our emotional, the spiritual move. You have Kaku, you have Ezana, my brother, my youngest brother. You have Deborah that really silent about asking for prayers, for those that are silent, that do not want to reflect in any which way in life, we pray for those that needs help. I pray to you, Xavier. Thank you so much for giving me this platform, and as well for giving me the voice for the people you care for. I'm very grateful, and I thank you. Lord, you are the greatest, and we will prevail, and we will make it happen because I believe in you. It's going to happen. Amen.
Amen. Amen, guys. Yeah. So yeah, it was a nice stream, guys. You guys are still around.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because you know what? Monetezi didn't go to Moyali. He didn't take a walk yet.
Yeah.
Check that border. Check that border. Well, by the way, Monetezi, is that mega city still going? You know, the smart city
Which one?
in Kenya.
This which city? Konza.
Yeah, Konza.
Yeah. It's still a farm, but keep hoping. We keep hoping. We keep.
I know they were working on it. I've been looking here and there, and suddenly, no information.
Yes. I told you they were selling land, and you guys didn't believe me.
No, I just you brought it up, so I'm like, wait a minute, I stop following up with it, you know.
It's in the what is it? It's in the metaverse. It's in the yeah, you find it in the metaverse.
Yes.
Okay, so
you know.
do you have your Oculus now? You're out there.
Family. Oh my God. VJ, you have to bring that up.
You know me.
So you guys have a great. Is it an evening or afternoon?
Morning, afternoon. By the way, I want to thank Sanuti and Sam, Jonathan out there. I mean, you guys had some serious debate, and I wish I could record this whole thing. You know what? I'm gonna record this, and I'm gonna keep them accountable for this. Tanzan is around too, on the background. I'm gonna copy this. Yes, you know, she's been too long in Kenya. Oh, I know she's gonna comment on that. Yeah, she has so much good time. She forgot today is Sunday. Oh, she's gonna comment on that.
Tanzania is not in. I think she's in America.
Yeah, but again, you know, she's still got the hysteresis. You know, when you move magnet left and right with the metal, some part of the metal content loses his sense which way to go. So you call it hysteresis. So she went to back home, come back. You know, she lost the time too, and the date.
Okay.
I know she's gonna. I know she's gonna come back hard on me.
Yeah. But she'll have a guys. She has a show on Tuesday. Don't forget to. There she is in the comment section. Yeah, she has a show on Tuesday. I don't know if she has come out. She still has the topic to say. Maybe she can even say it in the comment section. But tomorrow we have.
You know how Tanzania is. You know, she's gonna surprise us with some big topic, and she will say, "Oh, Ephraim, can you cover it?" No, it's not gonna happen. Not Biggie, not in her topic. She surprises me.
Yeah, she actually has a great topic. I think, last time she was talking about the single mother. Maybe this time it'll be I don't know, maybe the single father. I don't know. She'll let us know. Yeah, but yeah, Monday we have Mika with I don't know. He has a probably a great interview to lined up to inspire you. To push in Africans. You see Africans doing great things in Africa. Wednesday we have the minister. No, not the minister of education. The professor himself, Professor Ezra, with the philosophy of education, which is very important in Africa. We need, especially as we have talked today about the vulnerability of the African mind to such to not question. So maybe we need something in the education sector. Maybe we need a philosophy over there to always teach our young minds and also elder minds to learn to question things, so that we don't fall into traps that we know that we're not supposed
Yeah,
to be
over and
falling
over. Yeah, over and
Yeah.
over. We don't want no recycle. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
the whole aspect of all of us in here on a comment or anything else, this is for the future of our children's. And this is the future on how we want them to have the baton. We already talked about these in the varieties of sessions, and out of that, if we take one and share it, okay, and that is the difference that we're trying to make, because we're discussing it live. There's no if but we do what we got to do. This is for our own children's, the future. And guess what? And at the same time, sorry, Monatezi, I just added this part of it, is that our children, our African children in Africa, whether they're in diaspora or anything else, we don't want them to live exclusively African and being African. No, we want them to succeed in the integration of the society and make a high impact as an Africans, because we have the knowledge, we have the intelligence, we have a lot of spongy kids that can really suck in information and deliver even in better way than anybody else. I'm not going to compare us to any other continent, but I have datas, and I'll bring the data once we are in the unity progress, because it's real. It's a real data compared to 1.23 billion, and we're going to be 2.5 billion in 2030. I'm looking for that gap, and that gap is my interest, because they knew they come into this world. So we'll talk about these, because it's very important discussion. I'm trying, and I apologize again in my diaspora talk. I've been so short in my sessions, but it's my action will provide different action that are very valuable on what is going to deliver. So forgive me for that. I just want to say that to all of you.
I just wanted to make one quick request. It doesn't have to be now, but let's keep in our prayers the passengers who were beaten in the Tunisian airport, the Senegalese passengers who were assaulted with batons by the Tunisian authorities, the security authorities at the Tunisian airport.
Yes. We condemn that. We, Swahili Nation One Africa, we condemn any violence against our Black Africans. Because you know what? They live in Africa. They are in Africa. But if you're going to be betraying the Black Africans, you know what happened in history. Because Tunisia, all the Nordic Africa, again, I was saying it in the past for the Morocco, what Morocco did. I was so disappointed at Boris Johnson. Within a week, he resigned. Again, again, my mind and my emotion, when they are put together, I got the best weapon. And right now, I didn't get off from Morocco yet, but you will see change in this week. What's going to happen? And Tunisian, they started. They're going to see it on how you treat your fellow Africans. Like I said, what goes around comes around so quick you don't even have time to even think about it. And it comes hundredfold. Because if you really think about it, without the religion again, anything harmful that you do to human, you'll pay for it. I guarantee you that. Hundredfold, actually. This is not a mistake. This is intentional. Because they're black. My good brother black. And again, Montezi, I don't want to extend it, but that's why Arkham Fire is really on fire about this issue.
I can fire.
Arkham Fire really, really has an issue about it, and he's not that far from the truth. He's in the truth. But there's certain things, that we as Africans, no matter what, how much you're going to be beat, we don't want to exclude them. I mean, we don't want to exclude the Northern Africa because they live in the continent. It's just for us to teach them. Unfortunately, if you look at the way the world sees black, it's unfortunate. It is so unfortunate. They didn't even get the chance to talk to them, but identify them like a different creature. They're human. When you play around with God's creatures, His creation as human, where He gave them the dominion over the sea and earth, the whole planet, the whole galaxy. And then you're the one that's going to be cutting him down. The wrath is so bad for that evolution. That happened. He flooded this world because he was not happy about it. And just like, have you played with the mud? When you couldn't really, what do you call that? Play-Doh. When you play with Play-Doh, you design. You can make your little heart. You can make your little human. When you play with it, right? And then suddenly you don't like the figurine that you created. What do? You smash it. Forget it. I'm going to do another design. But when it comes to the creator, the way he created you specifically and designed you, because he never let a black born in the white society, other than his own exceptions, in a white family. Or he's not going to bring a white kid in. He's very specific in his design. In the scientific way, all the DNA, all that, they're figured out for his design. We cannot even tell our stomach the way it's supposed to grind and how to process food. It comes in, we process it, it's done. We don't even think about it. But Xavier already put that in place. So those who's going to do evil against the norm, they pay back for that. And unfortunately, Being black, they want to make it sound being cursed. Unfortunately, we embrace being black. And that's why we get persecuted. We embrace it. If I've been born again, I'll be black again. I love the way I am. Black is beauty. Black is peaceful. But the way they want to put it in a negative way, yeah, you can define it the opposite way. Let's think the opposite of what they think. We're beautiful people. We have a variety of colors. Actually, our skin is the most healthiest skin, if you really want to know. But anyway, that's another topic, Montantezi. I'm not going to take your time. And Marie Antoinette.
The African goodbye.
I'm proud African. I'm proud African. As dark as it can be, yes, you know, as dark as it can be. And I love it.
Okay, then I think anybody else has any last thoughts or parting shots?
Just let us know where you be hanging out in the metaverse.
Oh, yeah, DJ.
You guys have a wonderful, wonderful Sunday, Monday, Tuesday.
Tanzan said the African call Harry. Okay. All right, Tanzan, be ready for Tuesday.
Yeah, Tanzan is after Mika tomorrow. It's Tanzan probably surprising us with a great topic. So yeah, let's let me wrap it up so that guys can be fresh for Tanzan show. You know when you keep Marie Antoinette too long, he might not show up. Then Tanzan will say, "I was hogging Marie Antoinette."
You don't forget nothing. You don't forget that. That's one Tizzy.
Yeah. Okay. Good night, guys.
Good night. Thank you so much.